Good afternoon everybody, welcome back to the channel, hope you're well and enjoying the week so far. Hopefully you all enjoyed the DCS thing the other day, the what you call it, what's it, DCS Chinook. Oh my goodness, we start as we mean to go on. It's good to have you all with us, welcome to loads of channel members in the chat already. Zato, David, Badger, Flying Panda, Rab, welcome matey, Living on a Player, good morning, everyone else as well, good to see you. We're in Dubai today in the Fenix A320, flying one of the most dodgy airlines in the world, Pakistan International Airlines. As of 3 years ago, the statistics were that a fourth of the entire pilot roster for Pakistan International Airlines had fake airline licenses and had never had any formal training or qualification to show for it. So if you want to be an airline pilot, go to Temu, buy yourself a fake license and move to Pakistan. You'll be quids in. That's why they're banned from the entirety of Europe, UK and the United States. So yeah, it is what it is. But we're off to Skardu today, in the mountains north of Pakistan. A notoriously difficult approach. And we've got no charts, no nav data, nothing to support that. So we're in for one heck of a treat and one heck of a challenge, because not only is it a difficult approach today, we've also got some adverse weather moving into the mountains as well. So at roughly the time we'll be arriving into Skardu, we've got a whole host of thunderstorms rolling into the location as well. So we're going to be working really hard. Loads of people flying along today, which is great to see. In a good old variety of aircraft as well by the looks of it. We've got GSX, the latest version. There's an Osprey in the background there as well. And Dubai's recently had an update as well. This is Inibuild's Dubai International Airport, which is pretty cool. I've got my WinWing HOTAS that I use for DCS configured for the Fenix A320 today, so we'll be using that for the first time. And the WinWing FCU plugged in as well. So, let's dive in. Welcome to all of you. If you're new to the channel, hit like, hit subscribe. We've got GSX doing the boarding at the moment. Trying to work out all of my different keybinds and things now. Now I've got it on the HOTAS. I haven't practiced with it. I just dived in basically. I thought, that'll do, it'll be fine. So I'm going to be probably clicking the wrong thing here or there. I've got to make sure my push to talk. But number 3. There we go. So hopefully this is going to work. Let's tune to our approach frequency, which you should be able to hear now.
Number is club number 6, it's flight level 150 over Emirates 56 Whiskey.
The Fenix A320 has been progressing quite well over the last couple of years, hasn't it? And it started off really good anyway, though I had quite a few issues with it to begin with, mostly due to the hardware that I had struggling to kind of get with it or work with it very well. But now it's become a phenomenal aeroplane in the sim. Definitely sitting in my top 5 overall. And things like the GSX integration, that's expanding as well all the time now. So this passengers in the cabin thing is now supported on the Inibuild's A300s, 600s as well, which is really cool. In addition to the Dash 7, the 777, the A320 and the PMTG 737s as well. So they're all going to take their seats. We've got the QNH 908 at the moment. ATIS at Dubai for departures is runway 30 right, surface wind 320 at 9 knots, variable between 280 and 350 degrees. Cav OK, temperatures 40 degrees Celsius, dew point 26, and QNH 9 at 8 hectopascals. Wake turbulence, caution, separation in force. Advise ATC prior to entering runway if additional wake turbulence separation is required. Minimum runway occupancy required. And advise information Bravo. So ATIS Bravo 998 HPA. We've only got approach online here so far. And as you see, we've got this Pakistan International livery. They didn't pay for ACAS, so we don't have any of that. Was a welcome, Zippy Zapple as well. Well, welcome. Good to see you, the commentator. And Liam, good to see you folks. Lots flying along today, and we're all up for the challenge. No idea if we're going to pull this off, and we're at maximum takeoff weight, nearly, because there's no refueling in Skardu, so you have to tanker for the next leg. So we've got the alternate diversion of Islamabad, and we've also got tankering as well, just in case. We've got 13,460 kilograms of fuel on board. Let's get our clearance. Dubai arrivals, good afternoon. Pakistan 234 A320 on stand, Charlie 55 left with Bravo QNH 99 at 8 hectopascals, request clearance to Skardu.
Pakistan 234 Dubai departure, hello, clear to destination I01 Foxtrot departure. After departure maintain 4,000 feet, squawk 6246.
Good afternoon, cleared Skardu, Avero 1 Foxtrot departure, maintain 4,000 after departure, and squawk 6246, Pakistan 234.
Pakistan 234, you'll be back here, correct? Information Bravo, QNH 998 hectopascals, report ready, pushing on.
QNH 99 at 8 hectopascals, and Wilco, Pakistan 234. Right. 6246. Boink. Pop that on there for now. Up reporting is on anyway. Predictive wind shear, GCS auto, multi-scan auto, tilt slightly up. No reshade, Moise. Just all default, buddy. What we got there doing pretty well. 89 out of 138 passengers on board, apparently.
Clear to Skardu, as filed for the Avero 1 Foxtrot departure, climb maintain 4,000 after departure, squawk 0515, Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey. Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, you read back here, correct information, Bravo, QNH 998 hectopascals, report ready, push this on. Roger.
Pretty busy. So we're not really sure what to expect today. If I show you guys Navigraph very briefly while they're still getting on in the back. We're here concourse Delta 30 right is all the way over there, so we're probably going to expect some sort of taxi Lima 4, Lima 3, then down Mike, and we're going to need pretty much the full length potentially. Avero 1 Fox, initial climb clearance to 4,000 as it shows, initially flying runway heading to Dubai 570, then northbound for about 6 miles before we break off northeast. Climbing up through 4,000, then Kupur at 5 at or above, Bukra, Faxa, Bludev, all the way out to Urvuru. Initial climb, or initial cruise altitude is flight level 330, but we'll try and step climb through Pakistan airspace later on to flight level 350 as well, cost index 6060. Mike, welcome matey. And there's the climb clearance there, but as you can see, if I just bring up the flight here, oops, Alta's just stepped on someone. There are no charts, so we've got 32 right, 32 left, we've got no weather at all there, look. We've got no arrivals, no approach charts, no charts whatsoever for this, and no weather. No procedures, we've just got some information about elevation, longest runway, because they've now got one ready for heavies, even though they don't really have the facilities to support them at the moment. But when we get airborne, we'll go through some of the considerations that we're going to kind of worry about briefing prior to the descent. It's going to be really hands-on on the arrival, so the Wingwing FCU is going to get a good use today, and then probably end up hand flying it in potentially. Information Bravo, QNH 998 Pascal, but we'll see what happens. Good afternoon, mate.
With information, Bravo, and QNH 998.
So that's Gage, that's done. QNH is set. Initial climb 4,000, so we've set that on the FCU. Transponder is done, so I better squawk it because it says to turn it on. And we've already done our performance calculations. Now, I've not used the performance calculation in the Fenix A320 EFB because I find it pretty rubbish. A little bit off. Oh, it's just opened them again. What I've used is the SimBrief performance calculation on the SimBrief website from Navigraph, and that's allowed me to kind of recalculate this with improved climb performance. I could, in theory, actually, disable that and just see what it gives us. It's telling us 156, 163, 164, flex 60. Reduced climb performance 140, 140, 143 with flat 2 and flex of 59. But we're going to use most of the runway today. I can't remember what the... better check the charts actually. Right, airport briefing departures. Pushback. Taxi. Single runway occupancies. Noise abatement. Low vis.
Good evening, Pakistan 454, gate Foxtrot 19, 8
Pakistan 454, divided by clear destination. Dasmore 4 Foxtrot departure.
I can't remember what the departures are for the transition stuff. The thrust reduction. I believe it's 1500. If not, where's my overrow? On Fox.
454, you read back correct information, Bravo 9.
We'll leave it as it is. Just keep it simple. So that's all done. And we can see there that the flight plan channel, the flight plan kind of feed there for runway 30 right is all sorted. All the way through to Ivero, top of climb, and then we go as far as Sanam, which is the final waypoint where we then hit the mountains basically. Well, hopefully not literally, but there we go, Sanam. And then discontinuity, OPSD, no rival data, nothing for us today, so it's going to be a good challenge. It's harder than Innsbruck because Innsbruck you've got all these various procedures that you can kind of rely on and use, whereas we don't have that for this. So GSX, prepare for pushback and departure with 2 minutes to go until push. Make sure my new sky is tracking. It is.
What was the call sign, please? Osprey 9-4, your clear destination, Ivor 1 Foxtrot departure. After departure, maintain 4,000 feet, squad 0512.
Good to Sky divided over 1 Foxtrot departure, departure maintain 4,000
Okay, Simulated Channel, thank you, welcome, good to see you. There are some manually entered waypoints for Skardu. Yeah, I mean, we've got like a briefing pack, we'll go through that when we get a bit closer. Like, when we settle into cruise, in fact, we'll go through it. Let's pop the chocks off, we can get rid of external power, because the APU is running. I've basically left that running for the last 30 minutes just to make sure that we just burn a tad bit of fuel because we're very close to our maximum landing weight when we do get to Skardu.
After departure, main 4,000 feet, squawk 0541.
Clear to Skardu, flight level 350. After departure initially 4,000 feet. Departure Dasmore 4 Foxtrot, squawk 0541.
Crikey, that was tipping me up quite a bit then. I thought we were going to keep going. Beacon on.
Gain 89.
Pause the music.
I'll go for ready for the pushback and start up Eagle Osprey 194.
I'm at 63 Quebec identified, climb by the tip flight level 150.
MCDU menu, ATSU. We're just waiting for a natural gap here. Oops.
Goodbye, good afternoon. Number 145, stand Bravo 8, we're 777-300 with information Bravo.
AOC. Receive messages.
Emirates 145 to by departure, so cleared Amsterdam, read up to Foxtrot departure. After departure, maintain 4
That'll do. Get rid of that.
Emirates 145 cleared Amsterdam as
French Toast, they've used Gaia for most of the World Update airports, to be fair, over the last 3 years. But they've always been very low standard compared to the quality of some of the ones.
Connection 998 hectopascals, report ready.
Alright, we'll get Charlie and we'll go Emirates 145.
Emirates 857, there's nothing further for you. Radar says to terminate 61 Unicorn 12.
Just need a gap.
Unicorn 1 thank you, Emirates 857 today.
Pakistan 234, fully ready, you request push start.
Pakistan 234, push to start approved, base east.
Push start approved east, Pakistan 234.
Study of 559, nothing further. Unicorn, bye bye.
Release parking brake.
Unicorn, and have a nice day.
Our brakes off.
Thank you.
All engines clear. Start at will.
Shut them out. Of course, no, we're going to just kind of wind time a little bit back, so we'll have a bit of a sunset arrival. Right, that's all looking good. Beacon, everything's good. Ignition mode start, engine 2, run.
And just for your information, I've got a Pakistan A320.
We've got CFMs today. First time using them in a very long time, so I've been pretty much predominantly using the A320 from Phoenix with the IAEs.
32 degrees 9 knots. Please to the right, take off.
Oh, I forgot they had those custom announcements.
Osprey 9-4, just hold position for the time being. I've just got an aircraft pushing just next to you.
Very
Osprey
quiet,
83,
isn't it?
let's stand Charlie 52, ready for push and start.
Osprey 83, push and start approved, face east.
Push and start approved, face east, Osprey 83.
Pakistani 454 requesting pushback and start.
It's odd because I'm finding a little bit stutters now with this updated Dubai airport scenery that they've released. Bearing in mind I got an RTX 4090, I'm getting these little jitters. Albeit, yeah, the Phoenix has never been great on performance for me.
Lima 4, hold Lima 4 Alpha.
Yeah, good variety of Osprey today. Couple of A320s there. And then we've got 737 behind us, we've got some 777-300 ERs as well, ready for the challenge.
454. Once the Emirates 777 has cleared, your push starts approved, face west.
After the 777, face west, take off the 454.
Osprey 194, request to push back and start up.
Yeah, Brian, if you're installing anything like that, you have to remove the default airports, otherwise it causes all manner of problems. Same with like the Asobo London Heathrow, if you've got that, or the Asobo Dubai airport scenery, if you've got the InnyBuilds versions, you've got to make sure you've removed them first. Okay, so what have we got here? We're going to go speed brake arms, ignition mode norm, rudder trim 0 reset, and we're going to go flaps 1. We'll leave that on for now. We just need to pop that to TARA later, but they want us to squawk mode Charlie and stuff, so we'll do that. Working back up again, that's on max, 4,000 managed, and 909 at 8. Fully right on the stick, we've got the SDS, I think it's called. Fully left.
Left is clear.
And this is literally no practice, my first time using my Winwing F16 HOTAS,
Dubai, hello, Osprey.
which I use for DCS with the Fenix A320, so
Information Bravo type A320. Requesting
you'll have to bear with me. Trim,
Osprey 6 Alpha Mike, you are clear destination I-101 Foxtrot departure.
performance,
After departure, maintain 4,000
up 0.2.
6220.
It's about there, isn't it? 2,
1
4,
departure, maintain
maybe a
4,000
little.
feet on departure and squawk 6220, Osprey 6 Alpha Mike.
Where's my flight control page?
Correct information.
There we go,
Charlie,
perfect,
Quebec
0.2.
998 hectopascals report ready.
I'll do.
Information Charlie.
Put that
QNH
on,
999,
turn the APU off. We need the APU later on in the descent as well. A bit like Innsbruck, reset that. Centura, good morning, mate. And we'll get my taxi charts ready to go. Approach is really busy.
Dubai approach Emirates 3 November with the flyable 200 inbound access.
It's 3 November Dubai.
This is good because we're burning more fuel.
6005.
That's squawk 6005 Emirates 3 November.
Pakistan 234, request taxi.
Pakistan 234, can you make a left on Lima 1 there?
Hey, firm.
Roger, make a left to Lima 1, hold Lima 1 Alpha.
Left Lima 1 and hold Lima 1 Alpha, Pakistan 234.
Osprey 94 Dubai departure.
So I'm going to just turn my
394.
eye tracker software on for the first time in a while.
Roger, report stand number.
Stand by 1.
It's a bit more set up for DCS, but frustratingly, the software that I've downloaded to make it work better on DCS has overwritten all of the files on the Tobii eye tracker system, which is a shame. So now we don't have the native support basically. Yes, Mike, yeah, banned Europe, UK and the US. Originally banned in the UK first, and then Europe, and then the US followed suit, from what I understand.
383, sorry, Tegan.
Osprey 3 ready for taxi.
Lima 1 Alpha's coming up.
Taxi
Oh, this is what's great about this scenery.
Lima 1,
Everything's
hold
so
Lima 1
well
Alpha.
detailed.
Zulu, Lima 1 and Lima 1 Alpha, Osprey 8 ready.
Osprey 1
Of
5
Ospreys.
Lima Whiskey 1 to the company 777 has passed from right to left, you push and start through face east.
Oh, this Tobii eye tracker is so
East after the
crazy. It was, Harry, yeah, we discussed that at the start.
Alright, 6 Bravo Quebec, taxi right Mike, hold short Mike 1 3 Alpha.
A fourth of their entire pilot roster had fake licenses.
Cleared imped 3 Charlie arrival, landing 30 left.
Crazy, right?
Altitude 10,000, 10,000 feet. Dubai QNH 998 hectopascal.
Cleared imped 3 Charlie arrival on a 30 left, descend altitude at 10,000
secure.
feet and QNH 999 pascals, Emirates 3 November.
Pakistan 234, taxi right Mike, hold short Mike 13 Alpha, runway 30.
Taxi right Mike and hold Mike 13 Alpha for Pakistan 234.
We have also
Mike.
Osprey 189 taxi Kilo, give way to the company 777, passing from your
Oh,
right
we
to
got
left.
full length. You know what? I'm turning this eye tracker thing off. It's horrible.
Direction Lima 1,
Hate it.
Mike, hold short Mike 13
Mouse
Alpha,
clicks a
runway
lot
30.
smoother.
company will be taxiing the Kilo Lima 1, Mike announced Mike 13 Alpha for Osprey 18 Alpha.
Osprey 83, taxi Lima 1, Mike, hold short Mike 13 Alpha.
Lima 1, Mike and Mike 13 Alpha, Osprey 8 ready.
Golf line 932, nothing further, Unicom, bye bye. Osprey 194, right for taxi.
You request clearance to Doha International Airport. You request information Delta.
2 stations, Golf line 922, Unicom, bye bye. Emirates 6 Bravo Quebec. Can you continue taxi onto Mike there? I'm not sure why you're holding that.
Sorry, I thought you said Mike 3 Alpha.
No, sorry, Mike 1-3 Alpha. So continue taxi Mike, hold short Mike 1-3 Alpha.
Oh, my eye tracker thing's broke me thing again.
Roger, continue taxi to Mike 1-3 Alpha.
This is the problem with this Toby eye tracker.
Osprey 1964 taxi Zulu, first left Lima 3, hold Lima 3 Alpha.
Via Lima 3, hold
it's reset
Lima
there.
3 Alpha, you go Osprey 1964.
Approach hello, MS FS to stand for
Sure, Fenix.
Alpha clearance to Oscar Papa Sierra Delta with information Charlie.
Emirates 472 to departure, set our clear destination, Davmore 4 Foxtrot departure. After departure 4,000 feet, squawk 6250.
Clear to Oscar Papa Sierra Delta, the Davmore 4 Foxtrot departure, climb 4,000 feet, squawk is 7250, Emirates 472.
Emirates 472, just check the squawk 6250.
Right, that's a bit more neutral.
250, Emirates 472.
Emirates 472, you read back correct information, Charlie, QNH998, hectopascals report, ready for push and start.
QNH998, Emirates 472.
There we go. Yeah, face track no IR, really rubbish.
Emirates 145, push
I
and
actually
start,
wish I'd
take
kind of
west.
never purchased it now. Because what it's done is it's decimated my head tracking in MSFS to favour a little bit of head tracking in DCS, albeit that's super important DCS. It does ruin it a bit for various other applications.
Emirates 84 November, request taxi.
Was enjoying the new Osprey Regional FSSE jet liveries? Good to see. So he's just repositioned in Embraer 195 to Manchester to hopefully do an actual scheduled service on New Sky. Oh, we're steering without me actually controlling anything.
454 taxi Zulu, Lima 4, hold Lima 4 Alpha.
Chuffing X going on here.
Holding a 4 Alpha, 454.
Free November D and unrestricted altitude 6,000.
There we go.
Emirates 3 November D send unrestricted altitude 6,000 feet.
Send unrestricted altitude 6,000
I reckon with PIA you could
3 November, redirect
record like landings into Skardu on Microsoft Flight Simulator and all that stuff, and then you could kind of send it in as a CV and be like, guys, I've got 1,000 hours on the A320 or the 777. I'll come and fly for you.
Emirates 6 Bravo Quebec, surface wind 32 degrees 9 knots, 3 direct clear.
And it'll have only cost you £3 grand for a PC and a little bit of flight sim instead of 100 grand.
Looking for taxi.
So hi, welcome.
Emirates 29 Victor, just check the squawk 055.
Don't even need a CV. True. Maybe I should just send them. Somebody send them the link to this video.
You give us the different squawk and just clear them, so that's why.
Sorry, I've probably changed it by accident whilst I'm going for all of these tags. Goodbye, Victor 804 Echo 32 with Charlie ready to push, sir.
It's Suki, bonjour, Paris Centre.
804 push and start approved phase E. Push and start phase E, Victor 804.
Osprey 964, whiskey ready for taxi.
I don't know how many stations are there.
Osprey 1964, hold the line Lima 3 Alpha.
Osprey 1964, taxi right Mike, hold short Mike 13 Alpha.
Right.
There goes an Emirates. Actually, it was so bright I couldn't really see him rolling until now.
Osprey 964.
Emirates 3 November, continue descent altitude 2,000
Very shallow
feet via Oldham.
climb.
Speed ILS approach 30 left.
Continue descent altitude 2,000 feet via
You
Oldham.
do, Mike. There are certain requirements. Skardu. You have to have done observed landings there and minimum numbers of approaches and things like that.
Lima 1, hold short Lima 1 Alpha.
Taxi Zulu, Lima 1, hold short Lima 1 Alpha, Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey.
Yeah, Osprey 94, trying to get you your push, but I don't know where you are. Emirates 84 November, give way to the Osprey A320, passing from your left to right. Once he's clear, taxi right Mike, hold short Mike 13 Alpha in sequence.
runway, Airbus, and continue via Mike and Mike 13 Alpha, Emirates 84 November.
Flight time today, back
Back
3 hours.
follow the triple on the head. Mike, hold short, Mike 13 Alpha.
12 knots. Let's try and bring this ground speed up a bit on the taxi. It's a long roll taxi,
29
this.
taxi Zulu, Kilo 11, hold short, Kilo 11.
16
Zulu,
knots.
Kilo 11, and hold short, Kilo 11, Emirates 29 Vista.
Emirates 6 Bravo, Quebec identified, climb unrestricted, flight level 150.
Climbing unrestricted 150, Emirates 6 out.
Emirates 145 taxi.
It just pays somebody, of course. That's how it works over there, from what I understand.
Yankee, hold Yankee Alpha.
If you just give somebody $1,000 US, they'll probably sort it out.
Dubai Highway, Emirates 5 red, Foxtrot 17 with Charlie, cross clearance to Mumbai.
Emirates 5 to the way to cleared Mumbai, I-101 Foxtrot departure. After departure, 4,000 feet, squawk 0517.
How are we all getting on?
Clear to Mumbai.
Q coming up behind us.
4,000 feet, 0517 and request.
Weird looking at the LODs for Dubai still loading in. Something's definitely changed in the sim over the last week or so.
Correct, just confirm your stand number.
This is Foxtrot 17.
Roger, push on start approved face west, 127 squawk.
Roger, heading west, Emirates 517.
Advise, Echo 824 ready for taxi, gate Echo 32.
Give it a little blast of power again. Little squirt fuel.
Okay, 804.
I reckon you could give that a go, French toast.
November 9. Papa hold short November 9, 54.
Emirates 852, regard Pushback Star.
Emirates 852, push the start approved face west.
Just going to get some of my pre-takeoff checks done. Ready, because we're almost there.
Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey Taxi Lima.
Doc, welcome buddy. How are you?
Lima, Mike,
Pop
hold
that on
short,
auto,
Mike
pop them out of the belly.
Alpha, Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey.
Osprey 83, if you can continue taxi, hold short, Mike 14 Alpha, I can try and split these up and get us out a little bit quicker.
Oh, I got told Mike 13 Alpha, didn't I? Yep.
Pakistan 234, surface wind 32 degrees 9 knots, please direct safe takeoff.
Please right, clear for takeoff, Pakistan 234.
Osprey 83, if you continue taxi, Mike 14 Alpha.
That's all good, that's all set.
Mike 14 Alpha, Osprey 83 heavy.
Osprey 1892 via Mike 13 Alpha, behind the Pakistan A320. Runway 3 to the right, line up and wait behind.
Behind the Pakistan A320 at Mike 13 Alpha for...
So, I'm going to keep it rolling. Takeoff memos, no blue.
Ready for precision start, stand Charlie 56, Osprey 6 Alpha Mike.
Osprey 6 Alpha Mike, thanks, push and start approved face east.
Precision start approved facing east, Osprey 6 Alpha Mike.
Stick forwards. 40%.
Emirates 6 Bravo Quebec, apologies, nothing further. Unicom, bye bye.
Unicom 122 this morning, thank you for the
Flex.
have a nice day, bye bye.
SRS. Oh, it feels so weird using this HOTAS. 60 knots, power set. 80 knots.
Emirates 5 ready to confirm.
Oh, I don't like this. So different to what we're used to. We're going to use a lot of the runway today with this D-rate, by the way,
Yankee Lima 4, hold.
because we are very, very heavy,
Yankee, Lima 4, hold short, Lima 4 Alpha.
which adds to the challenge. V1. Rotate. V2. Positive rate. Gear up.
Osprey 1892 traffic, Pakistan A320,
Good grief.
surface wind 32 degrees 9 knots, please direct clear statement. Osprey 83 behind the departing company, 1737.
Okay, autopilot 1 on.
Via Mike 13 Alpha, line up and wait, runway 30 right, Osprey 83 heavy.
Pakistan 234, identified, climb unrestricted, flight level 150.
Flight unrestricted, flight level 150, Pakistan 234.
Emirates 3 November surface and
Yoink.
310 degrees, 11 knots, 30 left, clear for land.
1920 left, clear for land.
Leave a climb. There we go, and we'll go flaps up.
83, just check you've not altered your squawk there.
Disarm the speed brake. Round we go.
Yeah, we'll double check it. I think we accidentally did the dot spring between heading.
Interesting. Can't remember what my autopilot disconnect button is. There we go, let's get her back in.
383, thanks. The traffic
Toga lock.
is a company 737 speed passing ahead. The surface winds 312
What is the
degrees,
autopilot
1 knot,
disconnect
30 right,
button?
clear, take off.
30 for takeoff, Osprey A3 heavy.
We get into Unicom,
Wave 1964, runway 3 to the right, line.
we'll have a look at that. Max 220, I'm going to have to go back to flat 1 here.
Emirates 145, taxi right, Mike, full shot,
Pilot error that.
Alpha in the sequence.
Mike short 1, Mike 13 Alpha in sequence.
We're flying the right airline for it.
1892, flight the fifth, flight level 150.
Jeez.
Emirates 29 Victor.
What, I can't remember what the autopilot disconnect switch is that I've keybind. I'm not even sure if I've even done it.
Straight ahead, hold short, Mike 14 Alpha.
Surely I would have done.
Behind the level cross.
Got to be the trigger. Maybe it's the trigger. I'll have a fiddle.
Straight ahead, white one.
Oh, very bad, Callum. Well, it's banned for most of Western society.
Traffic is a company 777 passing ahead.
We recommend
The surface wind 312 degrees, 11 knots. 3 to the right, clear, take off.
Max 220, and now we can accelerate a bit more. It's targeting 250, let's clear them away.
Rimmed 852, taxi Zulu, Juliet 3, hold short.
To be fair, I don't need an autopilot disconnect button actually for today. I could just press it on my Wing FCU. I'm just going to try some buttons.
Osprey 83 identified, flying by the fifth.
Not
flight
those
level
ones.
150.
Not that.
I'm the distant 150,
Not that.
Osprey A3 heavy.
I don't think I've set a keybind. No.
Emirates 852, taxi by Zulu 03 and social refinery.
Sorry, whatever you just said, I didn't listen to you say again.
Emirates 852, taxi by Zulu 03, social refinery.
Kilo 11.
Sorry, Kilo 11, Emirates 852.
Ready for taxi, Osprey 600. Hold short, November 9. Emirates 8 for November, traffic is an Osprey A320 departing head. Fire Mike 13 Alpha, surface wind 312 degrees, 11 knots. 3 to the right, clear, clear.
I thought it would have been that button because it's naturally where my finger would fall for an autopilot disconnect, but perhaps not. Oh well. We're up.
Zulu, Lima 4, hold Lima 4 Alpha.
Zulu Lima 4, hold Lima 4 Alpha.
Ready for taxi, Osprey 6 Alpha Mike. Osprey 6 Alpha Mike, taxi Zulu, Lima 3, hold Lima 3 Alpha. Taxi Zulu, Lima 3 and hold Lima 3 Alpha.
Well, that's a long time, TBNR.
1964 identified, flying by the fifth, flight level 150.
Landed 150, Osprey 1964.
Oh, Yamato, yeah, service-based failures are always on with these.
Do you want to call it on November 9? Okay, done.
Should be able to go forwards like so to get a bit of a desert view. There we go. It's hard flying with a stick that's mounted in the middle of my legs rather than on the side.
454 behind departing from the Emirates 777, coming straight to the right line of formation.
With a load of keybinds that I can't remember what they're for. So realistically, I'll be flying left hand when I'm going to disconnect the autopilot. So where do I want that button to be? Probably about there. It's a little bit of a... I've got to move my thumb across. Yes. So we'll get into Unicom. I'm going to have a little change of some keybinds, I think, to be safe. Because our workload's going to be high when we get to Skardu. So I want to be confident that I can...
Emirates 3 November, welcome to the bicycle. Number choice.
Taxi Santa choice, Emirates 3 November.
It's soft retracted, seatbelt signs off. Oops.
That's right, 1892, nothing further for you, Monarch Uniform 122, that's the next one. Pakistan 454, the bird has been 310 degrees 11 knots. Please direct there, please.
Yesterday, no, please direct us to 454.
Okay, so there are 4 behind the departing Pakistan A320 to the right line of the wing time. Please the right line of the way behind.
Dubai's nice and busy. I'm just going to try, while we've got a moment, just to sort out... It's not Chrome. That's the one. So in a little while we'll go through all of this. I've got some documents which I think Ashley or somebody's found for us on Discord.
Pakistan 234, nothing further for you. Unicom, bye-bye.
Unicom, thanks for the ATC. Pakistan 234, see ya. Awesome ATC. Who's behind me? Because I feel like they're going to really kind of catch me up pretty quick. Let's keep going. 330. I've got to work out what I want for an autopilot disconnect switch. Standard. That's gone to standard. That one hasn't, now it has. Right, let's go quickly to the controls. He says, whoever's behind me, I do apologise. Ryan joystick, all, autopilot. Is it autopilot disconnect? Toggle autopilot off, isn't it? That one. Let's find out. Yeah, lovely job. Just double check again. Another test. Double click. That works. Autopilot 1 back on. Yeehaw. French Toast says I had a 777 come so close to me when I departed out of Hong Kong on Unicom last weekend that it sparked the TCAS to go off. My goodness. And Zato says I'm excessively conserving fuel using Climb 2 and climbing at a slower speed. Yeah, we're about 1,000 kilograms within of maximum takeoff weight, which is not great. Look at that. Pretty cool. Awesome deserts. Strait of Hormuz on the left, Iran on the left, We're heading straight towards Pakistan airspace though. I was very tempted to try this in the air on the Boeing 737 for it being a bit hands-on, but this is a real-world route operated by Pakistan International from Dubai to Skardu. I think once a week. The rest of the week they fly this service from Dubai to Islamabad as well. We've got a little bit of time in the cruise to organise stuff. Especially when the last time I was flying, a couple of days back, what were we doing? We were in the Chinook in DCS. Very, very different to this style of flying, so... Tomorrow, we're back in the PMDG 777, 300 ER, and we're off to Naha. The island of Okinawa in Japan. We're flying out of Seoul's Incheon International Airport, Korean Air, real-world flight, real-world route out of Seoul Incheon down to Naha, and we're going to be doing that tomorrow in 777. It's operated in real life by 737s predominantly, 737-900ER as well, but we were doing a route poll, some votes in our Discord server to work out what our channel members wanted the most. It was really, really close, but the 777 just pipped it. So tomorrow we're in the Korean Air 777 for the first time flying that airline in that aircraft. It's going to be pretty good. Naha is stunning as well. We'll be checking out the new MK Studios Naha Airport scenery that's recently being released as well. It's all available on Contrail. I think this is the first time we've flown into Pakistan as well, just generally the entire time I've had the channel, which is now it's reached a birthday milestone. It's, would you believe it, I think 4 years old now since I initially set it up, which is crazy. We get over the water. We'll enjoy this view for now. We will then jump into those charts to start reviewing some stuff. Crikey, the old fuel thing. Big port. Yeah, Callum, we always in MSFS fly with Volanta. We'll have a look at it during the cruise as well. I mean, that's what powers the overlay above, so if I didn't have Volanta on, we wouldn't have the stream overlay either. One of our channel members suggested it, Callum. So let's have a little look at Chrome. Well, it's not Chrome, it's Microsoft Edge in fact. We've got two things. We've got some charts here for the approach. Doesn't really help us though, look. Just a very basic aerodrome chart with 3 parking bays. It's going to be interesting. Juliet Charlie Mike, thank you buddy. Been with us for 22 months. Silver Frequent Flyer says congratulations on 4 years. Glad to be part of it for half of it. Appreciate all the support from all of you. I'm not sure how Skardu works with arrivals, because this document here that I've got, which somebody sent me, goes into a lot of depth. So we're going to have to try and spend a bit of time in the cruise getting a head around a lot of this. But it only ever talks about runway 14. It doesn't talk about the other runway. So, and it doesn't then talk about why that's the case. So do they only land on runway 14? Yeah, basically, yeah, visual, send it. Point of praise, somebody said the other day. I mean, it looks great, doesn't it? You look at some of these photographs here sweeping into the valley. It's almost like Paro, but hand-flown. There's the airport there. They're transitioning, looks like over the top of it. But to be fair, the METAR that I've got at the moment, I'll just share it with you folks. I'm going to just refresh it actually first to see if it's if it has changed. What are we doing? Skardu. I'll put it in the live chat. Not the best weather for this. At all. But the winds are calm, so I think we'll go with runway 14 anyway. We'll just have to spend a bit of time reading up on all of the paperwork there that we've got displayed, because it's going to be quite intense. I mean, this is what, however many pages, 26 pages of data. We're not going to worry about the pre-flight to Skardu, cruise levels. Comms are going to be pretty much on Unicom here. It says they're en route communication, Caglio onwards, VHF 1, standard ATC communication, and then as we get closer to report Skardu is going to be on the high frequency channel 5601 if we do get ATC on. VHF 3 is position reported toward northern area traffic at 123.4 later on, but again we'll just stay on Unicom in lieu of any ATC. So descent, there are two descent phases involved in this flight. Phase 1 is before Delta, or phase 2 is after Delta. On the basis of terrain clearance, the first phase before Delta is less critical compared to the second phase after Delta. Therefore, we need to manage the workload accordingly so that flying and terrain clearance has priority over other tasks during the critical descent phase. Where's our final waypoint? Trying to get my bearings where that is in relation to it. Oh, we've got Delta and stuff there anyway. Oh, and Sanam is right over the top of Skardu, so Sanam is actually SD. So the data there takes us in. We've got Delta, then we go Bireb. Yeah, so actually, that's in our flight plan that we filed. So if you guys have copied the precise routing that I put in the live streams thread of our Discord server, you won't have any problems. You keep it on LNAV potentially as well. It says, what did it do there? It says, normally Islamabad control gives you descent until flight level 215 and expects further clearance by Skardu on HF. Due to the lack of VHF coverage, sometimes HF reception is also poor, you're unable to get further clearance. This delay in descent clearance positions you high on your descent profile. In order to avoid this situation, request Islamabad control to coordinate with Skardu and give you unrestricted descent, so that in case you are not in contact with Skardu, you are able to still continue descent. By the way, there's the prerequisites for real-world flights into Skardu. Man, last flight less than 3 months with 1 observation flight recommended. Last flight in the last in more than 6 months, 1 training flight recommended. Machines, APU serviceable if ground support is not available. HF serviceable because that's what they use. Landing weight 65 tons or less. Ooh. We're going to be landing at we're going to be landing at 64,500 kilograms of fuel. So we are right on the cusp of that. And the environment weather, which is pretty poor and getting worse, but we'll just send it. We'll see what happens. Benchmarks there. Look, visibility 6 kilometers or above. Cloud cover 3 to 4 octas scattered to a maximum of partly cloudy 4 to 5 octas. We've got scattered at the moment 3 to 4, so something to consider there. Cloud layers, note levels and location to visualise staggering for descent planning, because they might also therefore interrupt our view of the mountains. Just me and you, Centurio, then. I think all the guys in the 777s are well over. well over that. Ah, interesting. So VFR route of Kaglo to Skardu. If we go Delta Bireb, you can break off left through that valley there. So if we were flying on 3-4 or whatever it is, we could go in via that way. Where are we? There we go. So back to this. How are we doing on cruise? Struggling. How slow that climb is. We are doing 320 knots though. Should we change the performance in the climb, I think? What should we do? Interesting. Ah, yeah, screw it. We will just bring that speed down manually. 300 will do us. Yeah, so if we just go to the flight plan and we go right to the very end. There we go, Gopko Delta Bireb. So on the left of your screen, you should also now, well, you should see both, kind of how we display the charts almost. And we can see. Can I draw on this? Yes. What colour? Red. Red for danger. I'll just increase the thickness a bit there as well. So we got top descent, phase 1. Captain Dogma, it's not relevant to those. We're entering from a different direction there. We're coming in there, look, Delta, and then we're going around. So basically straight into phase 2 potentially. And then we've got Bireb, and then we head on in. So we've discussed that element. We've got Bireb and Delta there, look. Sweeping in through that valley. Like that, kind of that direction. Lots of peaks around us. Beware of your speed whilst maintaining the descent profile. You must reduce your speed before Delta to reduce the radius of the turn, due to there being some very high peaks north of Delta. Haramosh Peak, which is approximately 24,300 feet, is just 8 nautical miles north of Delta, as shown in the image above. My goodness. It's on Google. I think somebody sent it to me on Discord. It's in our crew room chat. Descent before Delta, there are 4 main tasks that should be completed latest by Delta. These tasks could be recalled via the ABCD mnemonic: APU, B, halt landing, C, checklist, D, decel. While descending towards Delta below 25,000 feet, start the APU if ground support at Skardu is not available. If unsuccessful, try again at a lower altitude. If still unsuccessful, then divert. B, landing, carry about the approach, climb and landing performance assessment. C, checklist. Begin the 10,000 checks early to reduce your workload in the upcoming critical descent phase. D, deceleration. While approaching Delta, start reducing speed in order to be not more than 250 knots at Delta. So you can see there, look, on our MCView, it's saying flight level 213 at 340 knots, so we need to go and change that. So Delta 250 speed constraint. So this flight is going to be all about kind of strategy really and good careful planning. It's not happy with it there, is it? My goodness. It says not more than 250 at Delta. Descent after Delta then, with an indicated airspeed of 250 knots at Delta, your ground speed will be quite high. It will of course vary with true airspeed and wind direction, but typical figures seen after Delta are around 330 to 345 knots. Winds from the north, typically seen around Delta, keep your ground speed under control whilst heading towards Delta. But the same winds then add a tailwind component and increase your ground speed whilst proceeding away from Delta towards Bireb. It is recommended to keep your ground speed around 320 to 325 to keep your descent under control. Therefore, adjust your indicated airspeed to have ground speed of 320 to 25, reduce accordingly, even if it drops to the green dot minimum clean speed, which will be of course the lowest indicated airspeed limit to fly. Delta is the point where the critical phase of this flight starts. From this point onwards, you'll be in your descent phase into high terrain. In order to have correct situational awareness and terrain clearance, you need to have a clear idea about the terrain around you, especially if you wish to make a 180-degree turn for diversion or for sidestepping into Shiga Valley due to weather or conflicting traffic. From Delta to Bireb, you'll be in the Indus Valley on an east-southeast heading towards Skardu. On your left, to the north, you will have Haramosh Peak, around 24,300 feet. To the right, the south side, will lead us to Bungi, from where we've come. Highest peaks on a direct track from Delta to Bireb are 14,777 feet. Shown in the image below as A and B respectively. So that's there. They're the highest peaks. Our direction of travel is going to be that way along the green line. That means this direct leg can be easily flown in nav mode at flight level 1905 all the way from Delta to Bireb. However, there are peaks around this track which are as high as this level. About 19.5 nautical miles short of Bireb, where we're beamed the Nanga Parbat, you'll have the Don Fana Peak at 19,483 feet on my right hand side and a peak of almost 20,000 feet on my left. That's going to be point B. In case of significant navigational cross-track error, there would not be enough terrain clearance at 1905. Therefore, the recommended 215 flight level is the optimal flight level, as it caters for terrain clearance on track and terrain clearance for cross-track errors. So Delta, flight level 215. G'day, Massive Simulation, welcome. Yeah, Doc, as somebody mentioned that earlier on as well. Basically, you cancel your IFR and you fly the approach VFR. Blind Panda, welcome, buddy. It says, where's the jettison button for fuel and passengers? Yeah, we need it. The minimum recommended level for this case is flight level 175. But Bireb, where's Bireb then? Bireb's there. Still wanting additional descent, look, 132, so I've got to remember there again. I'll go for... Right, again, it really is 215 again, really, isn't it? And is it minus 250? I'm trying to remember now the Airbus format. 250 minus 250B. Jeez. What is it? Out or below 250 knots. Oh, screw it. We'll just go with that. I can't remember it off the top of my head now. I've got DCS brain. Got Delta Bireb. It's look at that. It's telling us 166 there. Definitely don't want that. Too steep a path warning, but again that's going to display because of, fortunately, the nature of this approach. I'll put 230 because we're going to be roughly around there, depending on that ground speed that we mentioned earlier. It's telling us 276 anyway. Right, continuing further towards Bireb from Point Bravo, approximately 11 nautical miles short of Bireb, you'll be abeam the starting point of Huramel Valley on my left. mountain range that separates the Hurumel Valley from the Indus Valley starts with peaks around 17,000 feet and ends with peaks around 14,000 feet. Hurumel Valley meets the Indus Valley at waypoint Bireb. Crikey, look at all this. At Bireb, you turn southeast in the Indus Valley to approach Skardu. Bireb is also the point at which you are abeam the starting point of the Shiga Valley on your left to the northeast. Shiga Valley runs southeast to Shiga parallel to Indus Valley that runs southeast to Skardu. Both valleys meet together at the end. That's a very bad way of writing a sentence, because I don't. That's oddly complicated. Due to conflicting traffic or weather conditions, you can sidestep from Indus into Shiga Valley for approaching Skardu. After overflying Shiga, you can turn right on a westerly heading to approach Skardu and be wary of the high terrain separating these two valleys. I don't think we need to do this bit, do we? We could just go through the Indus Valley, which is going, instead of breaking off that way, we just continue and we fly through the valley like that, where I've just drawn that red line. And I'll probably have autopilot off at that point. We'll end up just dealing with it. Set managed speed. Okay, lovely, we're at cruise. Back down in the computer. Where were we? High terrain, blah. Mountain range after Bireb between Indus and Shiga Valley have peaks between 15 to 19,000 feet approximately, with Bravo 21 peaks the highest. Okay, so if any of you behind me are going to use the Shiga Valley, stay at flight level 215 until you've gone into that valley. What's the airport elevation? 7301. Write that in big writing on my notepad, because 21,500 feet isn't the way our brain would think it is, because the airfield's at over 7,000 feet above sea level. Shiga Valley has an advantage over Indus Valley in the sense that it is wider and straighter than the Indus Valley, which is narrower and has an S-shaped bend in it, known as the Zulu Bend amongst the local pilots. However, there are no waypoints in the navigation database that can be used for navigating through the Shiga Valley. Therefore, errors in creating your own waypoints in flight can have serious repercussions and is not recommended. There are no room for errors in either of these valleys. Skardu can be approached from either valley. Shiga is straight and wide, involving no special procedures except getting into this valley from Indus at a higher level due to high terrain separating the two valleys. So that might be better for you folks in the 777. If you're approaching from Indus Valley, then activate approach phase and complete your approach checklist latest by Bireb, except for setting your QNH if you're maintaining a level up to Bireb. Reason for this is the Skardu QNH, which is generally always seen to be higher than the QNE. In level flight, setting QNH higher than QNE makes your true altitude lower than indicated, which reduces your terrain clearance. So transition to your QNH once descent has been initiated, or where terrain is not a threat. At this point onwards to OPSD, there is known terrain below you in the valley. Visual ground reference for this point is the famous Katura Lake, which will now be denoted as K in the document. Which is there. Geo, yeah, do it, mate, definitely. I'm carrying enough fuel to get to Skardu, Liam, but we are tankering like they would in real life. So that way we're trying to match the same weight that PIA might have on board their A320 when they fly the route in real life. Because they do tankering, so they carry the fuel they need to get back out again, whether that be an additional flight down to Islamabad or something instead, I don't know. Rob, I know. This is exciting though. Approach valley is not clear of clouds all the time, it won't be today either. Often there is a stratus layer overhead Skardu. In case you're maintaining a higher level to Bireb with Skardu in sight, your preference should be to get below the layer as soon as possible to avoid getting stuck above the layer and therefore losing sight of the airfield. Normally, in perfect VMC conditions, you would start reducing your speed to be at approach speed by Bireb. The main purpose for speed reduction is to reduce the radius of turns due to terrain. However, if turning is not a factor, then increasing your speed a little bit to adjust for your descent profile will not jeopardise safety. Therefore, in case of a cloud layer over approach valley and over Skardu, prefer a steeper descent angle over speed reduction, as turning is not therefore a factor in this case. Increasing speed and getting below the layer will be more rewarding than reducing speed and decreasing your rate of descent and ending up getting stuck above the cloud layer. If we have to do that, we're going to carry quite a bit of speed as we transition over the airfield by the looks of it. So we're going to have to do some pretty intense deceleration. Flat 1 will restrict your speed to its placard limit of 230 and will not allow further pitching down, which is sometimes required to stay below the clouds. All these factors have to be considered along with the weather conditions to decide which speed and profile would be most optimum to be flexible and fly an approach that is pragmatic and not dogmatic. By position Bireb, you will also be in VHF range, so you can contact tower on 18075 if we have them online. The descent strategy after Bireb depends upon your height over Bireb. Since we were discussing the advantages of 215 up to Bireb, we'll now discuss the descent strategy assuming that we pass Bireb at flight level 215. And we also assume we have to pass through a transient thin layer of cloud which blocks VMC momentarily. Normal routing to Skardu is from Bireb, but if you turn 4 nautical miles short of Bireb and proceed directly to CF runway 14, then you have more terrain clearance. However, proceeding directly to CF 14 will sequence your destination and your flight plan will be erased. To get the final leg of the approach along with its descent guidance, the destination can be reinserted by creating a new active flight plan or by activating the secondary flight plan if it had a copy of the original plan. This involves heads down activity during approach, which should be avoided. In order to prevent the flight plan from getting erased, it is recommended to keep the discontinuity before CF14. Let's see what happens. OPSD arrival. Is it 14 left or right that we need? One for right. It's gotta be. Yeah. We'll go for 14 right. No vias, no stars, no transitions. Insert. Crazy. Bireb, 2 steep path, Sanam, we'll leave that in. We'll see if we can put in next waypoint. Now, is it going to allow me to do this? In fact, maybe we could do a fix info. Radius 12. see if that's actually done anything. We're having a fiddle here with the Airbus because it's been a long time since we've been in this doing anything this intense. Oh, there you go. CF's there, look. Got like a double VREB. There's CF. I wonder if I could put in CF after. None of those. Alright, we're good anyway, that'll be fine. Loads of discontinuities. Crikey. Alright, well that explains a lot then, of course. There's there 1-4 left. It's not the active one. But that's as good as we're going to get. I could probably remove the fixed ring I've put in now actually. Just going to go and... oh goodness. I want to see if CG's in, because if CG is in... CF, sorry. Yeah, lovely. So we can go BREB, direct CF. We can then get rid of Sanam. BREB Sanam. Yeah, let's do that. Clear Sanam. We'll leave the discontinuity as it recommended. So at least we can see CF there, so that's good. We've got a visual waypoint. 215, 250, 215, 230. But actually we'll probably be decelerating to minimum clean, whatever that might be. I think so, Dwal. I think it might be. Right, what else? Let's continue the briefing, because as long as a flight as this is, there is a lot to discuss, isn't there? Plan your descent from flight level 215 with a ground speed of 320 knots and a vertical speed of 1800 feet per minute if descending from BREB, or a vertical speed of 1500 foot per minute if you descend from 4 nautical miles short of BREB. This will bring you to around 15,500 feet overhead Sierra Delta, which is that Sanam waypoint that we mentioned earlier. Is there a frequency for this? Yeah, it makes it look easier, isn't it? So 247 on the ADF. 247. I'm going to whack it into 2 as well as a backup, just in case. I'll put that back in arc mode. Normally the stratus layers that obstruct the ground view are around 16 to 17,000 feet. If you are 100% in visual meteorological conditions at 15.5, you can descend further and land, otherwise climb back to 215 and divert. Now, we will commit anyway, we'll send it. Procedure after approaching SD will be discussed next, but a few words about the math involved in determining the required vertical speed whilst descending from 215 to 15,500 and terrain clearance obtained with this descent rate. Far too complicated, that sentence. A load of math, basically what we said earlier. Ground speed 320, descent 1800 at BREB. Or otherwise, if we start early, 1500 foot per minute ground speed 320. Which is easy to remember because we're in an A320. So an A320 with a ground speed of 320. Clearance above the highest peak on Bireb to 1 Bravo Charlie is 5041 feet. And that's 0.1 nautical mile before CF to SD. Four nautical miles before Bireb. More maths, which I don't really care for. The following images show the terrain clearance calculated above over the Zulu Bend. So we are, for reference, we're coming in from around this area up here, right? Or around here. Actually, probably near about that sort of direction there. So we're coming in over Bireb, and then we're going to be working through the valley in on a visual approach. Or we can go to Bireb and then fly right over the tops of these peaks to CF, and then we go into the valley here to head towards Skardu. But we'll play it by ear based on what clouds we've got at the time. But you can see there we pass a couple of peaks at 14,000 feet there, so that's quite tough. Yeah, we're going to have to really space ourselves, folks. Super important. Ian, good evening, mate. We need a good few minutes. The following images show how terrain clearance appears visually when you fly above the mentioned descent profile over the Zulu Bend. Crikey, look at that. There's Katura Lake. From Katura Lake onwards towards OPSD there is no terrain. Therefore, the above mentioned descent profile, which we have discussed in detail, would give you safe terrain clearance in all respects. However, be careful about vertical speed and ground speed relation. If you're planning your descent at ground speed 320, then make sure it remains 320 by altering your indicated airspeed, else VS will have to be altered to achieve the desired target to be 155 over SD, which is the NDB that we've just tuned in on that frequency I mentioned earlier, which is 247. That's the Skardu NDB. Approaching SD, level off at flight level 155. Number 2, flaps 1, 3, speed, green dot or F as required. After crossing SD, you can discontinue approach and divert, or continue to land. The red on that chart ...15 miles should be enough, Zato, I think. The red line there is if we discontinue, so we just bug out over the valley, climb away as high and as fast as we can, and then probably have to bug out to Islamabad. If not, we're going to basically fly in the kind of base of that valley around Skardu to land, but this is going to get tricky at that. It's going to get even harder at this point. If we discontinue the approach after we cross Skardu's NDB, we track 089 towards the second Kidney Hill. Select open climb to flight level 255 or higher. Climb at green dot speed and retract flaps. Check gears up, speed, brakes retracted. After flight level 175, turn right towards SD. If you've got poor climb performance, you can also enter the Tarsu Valley, located southeast of the third Kidney Hill, to gain height. Proceed via Indus or Shiga as required. So, adjust heading track as required to keep you between Kidney Hills and terrain on your right. They're the Kidney Hills here. 1, 2, 3. And I assume this is for the missed approach. Adjust heading track as required to keep you between the Kidney Hills and the terrain on your right. No, this is the approach now. So, look how high we are. There's the airfield. My goodness. So we're going to go track required between Kidney Hills and terrain. So there's the terrain we've got to avoid. Death that way. And the Kidney Hills are here. 1 and 2, and the third one's just up there. So we're going to bug out between the two of them in that little valley. Select flap 2, speed 160 to 170. Without significant wing factor, the speed is sufficient for safely orbiting or turning in the Skardu Valley. Select open descent to 9,300 feet, required for the left downwind 14. If required, to increase the rate of descent, select gear down or extend your speed brakes. We have 6,200 feet to lose. Oh my goodness. This is steep as well. Without significant wind factor, lose 3,000 feet on your easterly heading, and at 12,000 feet, make a 180 degree turn back towards Sierra Delta and lose the remaining 3,000 feet, so you are 9,300 feet on downwind. Triple underline, super important. Whilst descending to 9,300, make sure to clear the Kidney Hills with sufficient margin. Level off momentarily if you think you'll be too close to them. Heights of the first, second and third Kidney Hills are 8,780 feet, 9,290 and 10,410. Turning back to Skardu's NDB at 12,500 feet would safely clear all the hills. That's turning back now. There's the Kidney Hill here, which is that one. So this picture here is kind of taken about there. Just for point of reference, you guys watching. Join left downwind runway 14 at 9,300 feet. And if we haven't already done so, then we'd select gear down and flap 3 flying F. There's the runway again. Look how close this is like for us. Crazy. Approaching the end of the downwind and being the end of the ridge on your right. I mean, that's hardly downwind, is it? That's pretty much right over the top of it. Hergy. Centurion says he's done a procedure like this, very similar to this in Alaska before, but that was in a Cessna 206. My goodness. Approaching the end of the downwind, i.e. being the end of the ridge on your right hand side, so assume that's this ridge here, turn right, approx 330 towards Chimera Village, then further right, heading 350 degrees when clear of the ridge. What the heck? Is any of you following this? Flaps, and then we're going to go heading 350 clear of the ridge, flaps full, vertical speed 700, landing checklist. End of downwind is identified by the end of the ridge on your right hand side. There. Approaching Chimera Village, autopilot off, flight directors off, bird on. Over Chimera, turn left for finals, bank angle 30 degrees, and the tail of the bird on the horizon. Roll out on finals so that we are close to 8,300 feet. Minimums is 8,300 feet, which is 1,000 feet above ground level. Rolling wings level, over the river. And there's a go around there as well. So initially maintain runway heading, then turn left to track back between the Kidney Hills and the terrain on the right. Climb to 11,500 and accelerate to 160 to 170 knots for manoeuvring in the valley. If I love this. If unable to turn due to poor climb performance, then manoeuvre between the Kidney Hills rather than flying over them to keep clear of the terrain. So like if you're really struggling because you're too heavy, it's basically telling you to like just weave and like keep climbing. This is so safe. Oh god. emergencies. Engine failure while heading towards KDU, pressurisation failure towards Skardu, and single engine go around. Oh, we won't worry about those. We're just going to send it and see what happens. Yeah, this would be tricky, as Dwell's saying there. Can't help feeling the speed was a tad more manageable in the Cessna 128. But yeah, as Centurio is kind of saying here, potentially, depending on what the wind's doing, you might get really bad wind sort of blowing over the top of these mountains and being quite turbulent, or you might get a lot of updrafts going up that way, making it quite tricky. So even though the winds are calm, allegedly, at the METAR down here, that could be very, very different over the peaks. Because that could just be sitting in a very nice calm basin down there. So the METAR might not necessarily help us. Alright, so we're going basically, I'll also use this as a view. Right, hopefully this will help you guys visualise it. We're going to be really high, we're kind of going that way, down between the kidney hills, then we're turning back, and we're kind of coming over this bit here before we bug out well away to turn on final. It's A-level art there. I reckon we'll be fine. Where's the SD? 12.5, wasn't it? Or was it 15.5 at Skardu? At 155 at Skardu, so let's hide that. CF, next waypoint. .35 north, 076 east, frequency 247, that's the one. And at that waypoint I need to be flight level 155. Look how much time we've had head down in this, folks. Bireb 215, Delta 215, the speeds are now kind of working in better for us, look there, that's good. I'm not even going to bother with fixed rings because there's no point with this. And what about the approach? Weather data. We've got, let's just refresh the METAR. Oh, it's just disappeared. I haven't got the Skardu METAR anymore. I'll have to get the previous one. So OPSD 15 at 12, 0 at 0. So that's the thing, that's a false sense of security right there, 0 at 0. So I'm just going to leave it to auto compute. Temperature's 29 degrees, dew point's 12, QNH 1011. What's the transition altitude? Doesn't say anywhere. We'll say 9,300. Actually, the transition level there is flight level 905. The minimums, going left downwind 93. 126.5. We've got ATC. Of course we have. 126.5. Right. Vertical speed. Bird on. Minimum's 8.3. We'll leave that transition level 9.5 set.
Before 6, 5 kilometers per hour, test of 4362. 4362. Before 6, 5, cost 4362.
Oh, Fly Panther! Love it. Karachi, I think we're on now. Karachi Control, Salam Alaikum, Pakistan 234, flight level 330 inbound Pasta.
Pakistan 234, Karachi Control, Walaikum Assalam, radar contact, follow flight en route.
Okay, Pakistan 334. Oh, Ashley, thank you. I haven't read that. Well, the thing is, actually, I don't want to set the transition at 21,000 because it says in the book not to. Alright, we'll do it. What's the worst that can happen? We'll just go to local QNH. Just think less terrain. We also need terrain on nav display. We need to sort that out. And we also probably need to have the terrain alerts off as well. If we do that, does it disable it? It does, it disables terrain entirely. Well, there's very little we can do about that. Usually we've got Navigraph that helps us out, actually, haven't we? That's the thing. I don't seem to have many custom views for this Fenix A320. Look at this, it's quite nice down below, Pakistan. I'm confident we can pull this off. What's it worth if we nail this? Hopefully a 10 on New Sky, because we're tracking it on that as well.
Are you able to maintain flight level 350 or any odd level? Oscar 189 thank you for now flight 350.
18 to Skardu is not a good idea, Ram.
We are proceeding direct to any waypoint because you seem to be off your flight plan.
Cheers, 12. Don't forget, we're going to be hitting that sunset as well, and as we go into the valley, eventually the sun will block it, so visibility might become an issue as well. Ashley says that he believes Pakistan International have their own procedural charts for Skardu, similar to how Alaska Airlines have their own Alaskan airports that aren't published externally. That's interesting. Raja, welcome. The beauty of Flight Sim is I can just go to this wheel here and whiz the time back a little bit. So I can just do that, for example. Like so.
After 1892, go ahead.
Can you tell the waypoint in text you're moving to?
Centurio, nice.
Can you text?
I think whoever Osprey 18902 is, that he's asking what. Yeah, there we go. Ignis, that's LX12.
Osprey 18902, roger that, copy.
Oscar, good afternoon. He says, just wanted to say,
And if able, climb to flight 35.
personal thank you for your tutorials. Only been on Microsoft Flight Simulator for a couple of weeks, but they've helped me so much being complete successful flights. That's great to hear. Glad they're all still really useful. You're more than welcome. We've all got to start somewhere, and it usually begins with zero knowledge. So if people can kind of share what they know, then that's all good. That's kind of the prime point of what I do on the channel. How are you getting on in Flight Sim? What have you been flying? I've missed, while I'm doing this, the RAF station further down the road, having like a family day. I've missed the red arrows, I've missed Chinooks buzzing past. Says, well done Oscar, keep up the enthusiasm and the good work. Prosperate's no problem, we fly any place with or without the charts. MPS says we're very skilled pilots who can land inside or outside of the runway. Yeah, hopefully not outside, as Centurio said. Crikey. Ashua, that's the one, that's the real service. Oh, you're going to love the 777 Oscar. Again, I've got a load of tutorials for that as well. So dig into those, just take your time learning it and enjoying it. Papa Golf. Natchez Dalty, Cabra Palo ZB. Still got a way to go. Gotco Delta 250, then Bireb 230. Alright, I think we're kind of ready for this. Any other things are going to be setting auto brake and that sort of thing as well. And I've got to remember to whack the APU on as well on the descent. Look at this, very cool. Big thanks to everyone who's hit the like button so far as well. And if you haven't checked out some of the DCS content, folks, then have a little look. I've been streaming yesterday and creating some videos for the brand new Chinook for DCS, and it is absolutely fantastic. Really good fun. I've been buzzing around the new early access Afghanistan map, blasting around Capastian, Kandahar, that part of the region. Really, really spectacular. So if you've always thought, I don't know if I'm going to enjoy DCS, and I don't know if it's for me, then the Chinook might be that turning point for you. Let's have a look at Valanta. Zato's just reminded me. So The airspace is on. In fact, he's only covering this bit around Karachi. Skardu's all the way up there. Woof, woof, woof. So, where are we going?
Osprey 904 Karachi.
OPSD 1964.
Osprey 904 cross control.
They've gone some like random direction.
Osprey 83 cross control.
Karachi Control, Osprey 6 Alpha Mike is inbound Biffin, speed.
So badges up front.
9.
Come on, folks. If he's calling you, we've got to reply. He's probably trying to sequence and space us already. Oh, he's in the old school livery.
Could you repeat that again for Osprey 6 Alpha Mike?
Osprey 6 Alpha Mike, radar contact, follow flight plan route.
Follow flight plan.
Further up, we've got 454. We've also got Osprey 1964 in the Fenix A320 up there, flying a slightly alternative route, tickling into Iranian airspace there. Us, we've got Zato behind in the Boeing 777-300 ER with one of the special Osprey Airways liveries that he's done with Formula One's logo on it. Centurio in his NetJets. Is it NetJets EJA? Going private jet for this. And then behind him he's got Raven Panda Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey. Some great screenshots. Look at that, we've properly filled up the airfield, this is great. Tomorrow's going to be really good fun as well, going into Naha. Okinawa is absolutely stunning. It's also home to one of the United States' biggest air bases, I believe, outside of the US. That's on Okinawa, isn't it? Got a bit of fly doobs. Don't know where he's flying though, is that? It is, Sergey. Bit of fly doobs. FDB 41. And that is all of us. I think some people might not be on VATSIM. I've got this filtered to VATSIM only. Oh, Emirates 472 up here as well. Jan is also flying along. Somebody said they were flying in from a different place. I'm not sure where. But I can't see them. Centurio, you were based in Okinawa briefly. Ashua, I'm not replicating time too much. Tim says, you'll have fun, Skardu's got a nice approach. And Hashua says, a fun fact for this route, the flight started for the first time ever by Pakistan International Airways, or Airlines, on August the 14th, 2023. 1 day, 1 year ago from today. It's a cool little fact. I didn't know that. Oscar, so yeah, the network that you see, it says Volanta on the top, it's not actually a network. That's something that I've been going on and on and on about to the developers. They're not going to change it, I don't think, but we're flying on the VATSIM network. We always do. The Volanta overlay, I think, forces that on there to pretend like you're flying on the Volanta network. It doesn't exist. Like just a bit of shameless advertising, I think, really, more than anything else. But you can't change it, get rid of it, anything, sadly. Quite confusing though, isn't it? Just gonna have a little look to see if the metars have refreshed again. For Skardu. No. Give it another 20 minutes. QNH1011, wasn't it? And we're going with 0 winds and a few other bits. So, performance. We've already pulled the winds and everything in there. 210-1011, that'll do us. 8,300 for the Barrow. That's probably a good idea actually, Centurio. Mikhail says, did I mention it's the first day of his vacation? No, nice, welcome. Are you somewhere nice? Oh, welcome buddy, thank you. Says, here's a tenner towards your medical care at Skardu. You have little faith. We'll be alright. Might have a few cuts and bruises. Very generous of you, Dwarf. Appreciate it. Thanks for the super chat. Simbit World, good afternoon. Good evening. Off to Florence in 2 days for 12 days, Mikhail says. Very nice. Sai says, hello mate, love Skardu. Been wanting to go there for ages. If you've got the sim, go for it. If you make a mistake, it's not like you're going to die or anything, so it's always a reason for it. Yes, Centurio says the trucks are already on standby. Rumour has it they're having to pull in all the fire trucks in the region to Skardu for today. For all of these arrivals. Oh look, we can actually see the GSX passengers. I've not gone into their sign the sim, so I'm looking forward to it.
Here's a tenner towards your medical care at Skardu.
How many meters are we talking, Centurio? 3,000 meters? So Ford F-150 is 5.8 meters long. How many meters have we got? 3656. It's 630 Ford F-150s in length, Centurio. So hopefully that helps. I was going to do Ford Bronco, but I thought actually that's a bit more dinky. But yeah, the runway is 630 Ford F-150s. Bumper to bumper. Hopefully that helps. Moe's says, watching the stream whilst flying from Manchester to Dubai. If I know about your stream before, I could have done a flight from Dubes to Skardu, but it's a bit too difficult for you. Hey, you know what? I've never tried it. I've never practiced it or anything, so we'll see if we can pull it off today. But the scenery is great, isn't it? But we've done all that pre-briefing and looked through all those charts and things just to try and give us a little bit of a help. FPS. It's always 4,000 like driver's shot. With somebody cracking a beer shouting America. AJ Fanani says a meter is exactly 1 meter long. Super helpful. Oh, Steve says if I was a smart arse I'd ask which F-150 truck, as there are 2 bed lengths. Well, you've got me there. I've got no idea.
Fenix 200, contact platform 310, report operating position 10.
So, we currently over Pakistan, all the way. Specifically, near Kustar. We're north-west of Kustar. Where the Bandari Air Base is going to be basically below us shortly. Down there somewhere through that bit of wall that I've just ruined everyone's immersion with. The airbase is down there somewhere. It's great scenery, isn't it? Imagine how good Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is going to look, and when they're bringing out all these new world updates coming soon, the next one's going to be Brazil and I think was it Germany and a few other parts of Europe. It's going to be down to 1 DEN for the mesh data, which is going to be super detailed. It's going to be very, I think that's similar to the UK world update, isn't it? Amazing detail. Oh, and cabs as well. Well, gotcha. Fair enough. Yeah. Ashley, hello, says World Update 18 is next week for Germany, Austria and Switzerland. World Update 19 in December is Brazil. Brazil will be good. We'll have to go back to Rio de Janeiro. Into Santos Dumont. How many Samsung smart fridges is that? Well, which model? I don't know why they designed fridges that have got a window in it to show you what's in the fridge, because I know precisely what's in my fridge. Oh, that ridge line to the mountain extends all the way off, just curves off into the distance. It's really cool. Peter, good afternoon. I assume departures out of Skardu are just as tricky, aren't they? But I suppose you just take off and it's max rate climb through the valley and then direct to the nearest waypoint, I guess, without reading all the charts. I'll get ahead of himself, Twal, aren't I? It's completely assuming that we're going to make it down safely. Right, let's go. Mach 8-1. So I know we've got Zato right behind me, so we'll burn a bit more fuel just to get a bit quicker. See him. Not yet. That's a good thing. We'll try and keep away ahead of him. I'll be disappointed if I don't nail this straight away, first time. But I've also got my new WinWing HOTAS that I use for DCS. Like I said at the start, I've not actually flown the Fenix A320 with this WinWing HOTAS stick. So that takeoff we did at the start was genuinely the first ever takeoff in MSFS using this. I've not done any practices with it. I was thinking about using it yesterday, just kind of flying some hand-flown circuits, touch and goes, getting a feel for the stuff. I thought, you know what, I won't worry about that. We'll just go straight in. So we'll see what happens on the approach. So I've got the added complexity of having a different stick to what I'm used to. Usually I'd have my Boeing Thrustmaster Boeing yoke for this, for just any of the aircraft in MSFS, but it's obviously developing some issues, so I thought, seeing as we've got a stick for this, we'll use a WinWing bit of hardware for it instead. And I'll see how that behaves on VATSIM and on MSFS. So far it's okay. The only issue for me really is the way that it sits. It's in the middle of my legs, whereas it's not obviously down there, which is where I'd want it to be. And that's because it's installed onto a big post in the middle of my Boeing Next Level Racing seat. So I'd have to uninstall all of the plate and everything to then be able to seat it next to my keyboard, but then it'd block the keyboard. So the only place it can go really is where it is. Look at those mountains. The whole control is on now as well, Centurios. Oh no! We got full ATC. This is great. Big thank you to VATSIM Pakistan. Blind Panda says he hasn't looked back since using his WinWing HOTAS in Microsoft Flight Simulator. The extra control over the throttle and stick compared to the TCA is a huge difference. The throttle doesn't matter as much for the Airbus though, precisely, yeah, there is that. Yeah, Thrustmaster's build quality is rubbish. In fact, my T-Flight rudder pedals are now showing signs of slowly failing. It happened the other day. Do you remember the other day when I said all my rudder pedals weren't working? And I had to go and kind of unplug the USB and plug it back in again. It happened again today. When I turned the computer on, it said that my USB device was malfunctioning. So I had to unplug it, plug it back in. And that's my rudder pedals now starting to break, I think, by the looks of it, the sounds of it. I will probably get WinWing rudder pedals after this. Because generally with the HOTAS and the Orion 2 F15 throttle kit that I've got for DCS, I've been overwhelmingly really quite impressed with actually what they've done and the quality of their hardware. Christopher says mount it on the side where it's supposed to be and then you start flying the superior F16 in DCS. Well, I don't know where I can mount it though. Yeah, it physically doesn't have a way to mount it on. I suppose maybe all of these holes, maybe it'll fit in them. But the problem is I can't put it there. If I put it there, that means that my throttle for DCS can't go there. And then I've got no room for my mouse. Or maybe I could do it. I'd have to go Airbus that side. No, there's too much variety to what I'm using. Because if I do that, then I'm severely compromise the use of it for a lot of other applications. It's hard to work out where to put all this stuff sometimes, isn't it? Christopher says stick on the right, throttles on the left, mouse behind the stick. Well, the throttle takes up most of the plate on the left, which is then how I've got the mount for the keyboard thing on it as well. So that's a bit tricky. If I was to put the stick on the right, that's on the mouse pad thing. So then I'd have to move the mouse pad to in front of me, which would be about an arm's reach. It's a little bit clunky. I think where it is at the moment is probably the best of both worlds, because for helos and things it's between my legs. For the FA-18 it's between my legs as well, so it just about works. I don't use a USB hub while no, but I have ran out of USB sockets now on the computer. But obviously not all are in use, so I've got 2 plugged in. One of them is my Boeing TCA Yo, which is unplugged at the moment. The other one is my Wing throttle unit, which is still plugged into the back, but I've pulled the power cable out of the actual module, so the throttle isn't receiving any power. Because you can have everything plugged in, but you're using more power for the PSU, and you're kind of really pushing that power unit, aren't you? But we don't need it. AJ Fernandez says a powered USB is an absolute must. I do, but I'm still saving up to pay off this ruddy tax bill that I've had landed on my lap. Quite a lot of money to give to the tax man. I think another 2 or 3 months and I'll have saved enough to pay that off. Just in time to be halfway around to paying next year's.
India 901 X-ray, traffic control, good evening, radar contact, proceed direct to position Romeo Kilo, and when ready,
oh no, Spencer, absolutely, yeah, quite the opposite actually. I've been doing it religiously, like quite carefully. But this year they've turned around and said that they want half of my estimated tax for next year paid up front. Because apparently that makes paying next year more affordable. But I pointed out it makes this year less affordable because I've got to pay half of next year's before I've actually got any figures to back it up. So, go figure. It just doesn't make any sense. But you can't dispute these things. Let's see. Let's go here. Yes. Ooh. Ooh. Visible cabin. Visible cabin? Yes. So before I started today, there's a massive update to GSX. It's now gone from version 2.0.9 to 2.1.3. Supposedly has improved the level of detail to some of these passengers. And there's a few more kind of faces actually here. Some of them still look like death warmed up though, don't they? Precisely, Peter. What are we reading? Eco-evolution. What are you reading? So about hair colour.
Pakistan 234 crossing control.
Last message.
Pakistan 234 report to mark number.
Currently Mac decimal 81, Pakistan 234.
Pakistan 234, Roger, Max mark decimal 81.
Wilco, Pakistan 234. We've got customer safety cards and things there as well. What else have we got? What are people reading? spill any my aeroplane. It's quite good seeing a little bit more life in here now, isn't it, with GSX? Getting all my keybinds confused already. Look at this. Getting towards the mountains now, very slowly. It's a phenomenal bit of landscape. They do, Liam, yes, providing you've set it up in the GSX thing. Yeah, some of them do look a bit weird, don't they, Christopher? Some of them are really washed out, some of them have got the kind of gradient skin and things just right, but yeah. Umberto would probably say that our eyes need testing if we raise that though. Pop a couple more screenshots in there. These guys are really bunched up. Super bunched up. That could get quite tricky for you guys flying in, unless you break off and do parallel visual approaches or something crazy. Skardu's not the place, but Unicorn Madness is Unicorn Madness. Oh, he's nice. Good setup. Drill says any hints on getting better frames per second on Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020? Depends on your performance and your spec of your computer, but you just need to try and find the right settings that optimise it for whatever your hardware you've got, really. Even if that means setting your graphics settings to like a medium or a low. If your computer can't handle anything more than that, don't push it, because otherwise you're going to get like a bit of a slideshow going on. Don't get too sucked up in the whole frames per second gumph that a lot of people seem to go on and on and on about, because ultimately this is a flight simulator. It's not a first person shooter like Call of Duty where you need 166 frames per second and a ping of 1 millisecond, whatever. We don't need that in flight sim. If you can get consistently 30 frames per second, you are absolutely fine. And that's roughly what you should try and push your computer to. If you are maybe on a lower end system, then push it until you've got it sat quite happily at somewhere really busy like Heathrow or Dubai, quite frame intensive on the system, in the Fenix A320, which is probably one of the heaviest on performance in the sim. If you can do that and balance that and get 30 frames per second consistently, perfect. Then you've found your sweet spot. The scenery just keeps getting better and better, doesn't it? First ever time flying around Pakistan in the sim. I can't believe we waited this long, but then the Skardu scenery is very rubbish. Look at that. That's just spectacular. That looks realistic, doesn't it? Like photo real. Yeah, just wind the time back a little bit. You definitely don't want to fly into here at night. It's closed at night time. I've already wound the time back by about 2 hours, but I might have to do it a bit more. Skardu now, I think in real life, is closed because the metars have stopped being populated as of 2 hours ago. So that's the last metar we've got. But we know there are thunderstorms building into the area. Oh, that's insane, isn't it? Great views. Wait, what are you saying? That's out of date. Well, of course, RAM, Titanium Bytes, NVMe, MSI. No, it's there. I've got Corsair RAM, DDR5 RAM, MPS. There we go. That's what that is. Crikey, I'd be panicking then. I sold my replacement power supply unit that I had. I whacked it on eBay and somebody bought it. It's gone missing in the post. And the lack of patience from this person is insane. Because I've been contacting him saying, like, I don't know where it is. I've been speaking with Royal Mail trying to sort it out. And he's basically alleging that I'm basically taking his money, which is madness. Makes you want to never sell anything on eBay again, that's for sure. God, both sides. First time for me anything's gone like properly missing RAM though. But it's well and truly lost, I think. So I've had to set up one of those claim things on Raw Mail to try and get my money back. Otherwise I'm going to lose £106 otherwise. But it was tracked, track 48, which is trackable and all that kind of stuff. Even then they've actually lost it. I can't stand it. I've had so many bad experiences with Every, which were Hermes. They've lost so many parcels in the past for me. Gee, Zippy, that's awful. Over the last 2 years, it's got really bad. Royal Mail have lost 36% of their of his orders last year due to them. My goodness. Yeah, DPD are good. Oh, look at that. I always thought the clouds look alright to me, Christopher. I think what you mean there is sometimes they've got a very hard, like crisp edge to them, haven't they, rather than like that kind of fade out. I think that's what you mean. Is it? Oh, Darren, no idea, mate. God, look at that texturing down there. Jesus. That is incredible. I mean, I've got AMD CPUs, Darren, and I've loved my AMD CPU, my Ryzen stuff. Been really quite reliable. Very good sort of speeds on them as well. And I've resisted the Intel temptation. I know a lot of people love a bit of Intel though, so it goes both ways, I guess. Ben, no, I've got no idea about that. We've been told allegedly that it's going to be the same system spec requirements as Microsoft Flight Simulator 2020 is for MSFS 2024, but we just don't know. You don't see big cumulonimbus, do you, building or anything like that, Centuria, do you? It's like this kind of single version. I think there's about 4 or 5 different cloud types. You don't see like wispy cirrus and stuff like that necessarily. That Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 is going to come on us very, very quickly now. It is what, middle of August, aren't we? 3 months away from launch. Very exciting. Oh, Facebook Marketplace is awful, Mark. Yeah, it's bloody horrendous. Is that 454?
Pakistan 454, garage control. Pakistan 234, garage control.
Call in Pakistan 234, pass message.
Pakistan 234, contact Lahore Control 127.5.
Contact Lahore 1275, Pakistan 234, thanks, good day.
Good day. Pakistan 454, contact Lahore Control 127.5.
27.5.
Lahore Control, good evening, Pakistan 234's flight level 330, Mach decimal 81, Parlo. I can hear him.
Pakistan 454, I review 2x5 from the reload.
Yeah, same. See if he fixes it. Spencer says he's going to be flying from... Oh, that's better.
Pakistan 454, much better.
Woo! Yeah, full ATC. 5x5 now, thank you, Pakistan 234. Yeah, ATC all the way, very exciting. Although, yeah, as Fire Panda says, there's a reservation in the back of my mind thinking, I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but we'll be fine. We've briefed the arse of it, that's what, so I think we're going to be okay. And if not, we'll just go around, try again. Well, that's up to you to decide, Ben. I'd imagine we might need to kind of just fly holds, potentially, if the spacing isn't good enough. There might be holds over Delta or GOTGO, for example, GOTGO NDB, which is Gilgit's airport. Yeah, Spencer says he's going to be flying Heathrow to Bangkok via Beijing when Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024 comes out. Brox can't wait for MSFS 24 either.
Spencer is Osprey 196 for flight level 25.
Liam, he's been flying with us the whole time.
Osprey 196 for our Spencer, flight level 35.
Try not to flare too much then, High Flyer. It might just be that you're not just nabbing the stick back a little bit, especially if you've got SDS on. You need to just kind of boop it back a tiny bit in the flare. There's a bit of an knack to it. He was on VATSIM, Liam, but he had a slightly different routing. So he's now converged into our route now. So he's flown on a different route, but he's now gone on to the same bit. So I reckon you've crossed the same waypoints, roughly at the same point, and you've converged. I thought. Because I was watching them further up, unless they were just displaying on my Volanta that... I don't know. But they weren't following the same route as us. They went over Iranian airspace and a little bit of Afghan airspace on their route, along with one other, but I can't remember the call sign. but perhaps he wasn't on VATSIM, I don't know. You can see right off in the distance there, all the mountains just slowly building. Commentator, welcome. I spotted you. Did you watch our in-flight brief of the approach? I think you did. I think I remember seeing you in the live chat at the time. I can see you down in Islamabad. Ashley says, would the ATC still say goodbye to you when you go below flight level 215? Realistically, it's VFR below that when flying the J122 to Sanam. I think that would be the case, yeah, that's kind of what I'm expecting. Nicholas, welcome. Hope you're well. Get Unicom ready. Shut the punters out. There's some fantastic visuals today, isn't it?
Control, Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey, flight level 370, overhead Palmer.
Oh, you guys are all really close together, aren't you? This is probably one of the most extreme approaches we'll have ever done, Nicholas, so far. It's probably twice as hard as Innsbruck. I think twice as hard as the Innsbruck circle to land. It's probably how it looks. Having gone through all the charts and things. We'll find out when we get there. It's going to be tough. Hopefully I can just pull it off in one approach. And then tomorrow we'll be back in the 777. Good effort. Except for the last bit, somehow landing without clearance got the supervisors called. Whoops. Yeah, you can't land without clearance. So if you're approaching minimums and you're not cleared, then you just have to go missed approach. Oh, nice MPS. That's pretty quick. That's one heck of a gain on the tailwind there. Doing the Commonwealth tour on New Sky for Osprey Airways. Done the long flight from Canada back to the UK. It's the final leg, isn't it? Tailwind, he's got 1 hour of his flight time shaved off because of the tailwinds to the jet stream. Nice. How did you find the big tour? Yeah, that's probably a good way to compare it, actually. Ashley there says there, in fairness, the comparison to Skardu is more like Paro, but this is much more difficult than that, since there are published procedures at Paro, whereas Skardu doesn't have any published procedures. So we're kind of going in blind, just using documents that someone else has created to help pull off a successful approach. There's no nav data for this approach. It's all visual. Whereas Paro, we can tune in the RNAV, can't we? And we can just kind of poodle on down through the valley until our missed approach point, turn the autopilot off, turn in, land. Yeah, it's probably Paro times 2 in difficulty. probably a good way to compare it actually, yeah. I like that. Yeah, no, you can't do that on VATSIM QWERTY. That's not operating an aeroplane as it would be done in real life either, which is kind of the core principle of VATSIM. I think we last did Paro about a year ago, actually, from memory, or maybe almost a year ago. I remember we flew out into it was the southerly runway, wasn't it? We ended up kind of coming in over the valley, turning in over the valley, and having that really sporty approach. I remember it being pretty tricky, actually, but yeah, it's nice to have something really difficult to do today. No, but Liam, you can't compare it in that way because the 777 can't fly into Paro full stop. That's why it doesn't work. But if you look at the charts for Paro, you've got very detailed published procedures. That's what Ashley's referring to. So you can work in through the valley. You'd work in all the way through there, and then at that one you turn the autopilot off on that final turn in the valley, correct, and land. But there is no such thing as that for Skardu. That's where the difficulty comes in. So it's all visual, and it's all down to us to hand fly the aeroplane through the valley and deal with everything that comes up, really. It's worth noticing though, now if you look at the bottom of the nav graph on the left, Islamabad has now gone into IFR conditions, look, with the thunderstorms in the area, and that's what we're expecting into Skardu as well. So 2308, 3000 meters visibility and mist, scatter cloud 4000, temperature of the dew point at the same look, so the visibility is going to be pretty poor. Winds 130 at 20, gusting 30. 2000 meters visibility temporarily in thunderstorms and rain, few cloud 3000 cumulonimbus. Jesus. So we've got potentially one heck of a challenge. I'm just hoping that the mountains around Skardu are going to protect it from the thunderstorm until at least we land, because we're flying in live weather.
Level control Osprey 6 Alpha Mike is cruising at flight level 350 at Mach 0.79.
How are we doing? Look at that, we're actually getting terrain flash up on the map now as well, all of this down there. Peaks of 15,000 feet already below those clouds. Oh, look at that, that's a big old ridge of cloud. It's quite high level as well. Let's get rid of this company message. Yeah, the diver is Islamabad Rab actually, but I've tankered enough fuel to get all the way. Have I tankered enough fuel for this? I've added 3,000 kilograms because I couldn't do any more because it affected the takeoff weight. I think we are potentially going to get... I mean, it's just remarkable, isn't it? Look at that landscape. Oh no, we've still got good separation. Those there, I mean, they're pretty high already, aren't they? What a great route. It'd be good to see maybe like Skardu done like in quite a high level of detail by a developer for scenery, whether freeware or otherwise. The one we've got at the moment is, by the sounds of it, the best one. Actually downloaded all of the different Skardu sceneries, tested them all individually, found that this one that we're using today from flightsim.to is the best. But they haven't modelled the terminal because the terminal building isn't actually connected to the airfield, if that makes sense. So there's two runways, a tiny apron, and then there's like a big road that then goes off to the terminal, so I think they get bussed to and from. Rab, I think you're going to have a tricky approach actually. I reckon you'd have wished... I reckon you'll have wished that you went for Skardu, because the weather sounds better there. At least I hope.
Squawk 4511, kilometre 09.
Yeah, that's the sort of thing I'm thinking of, actually. Not necessarily by them, but to that same level of effort where they do the region, they do the area. Like the Himalayas scenery and, like I said there, the Aerosoft Antarctica. Quite cool. Ben, no, I think the Thrustmaster products are really cheap, overpriced tap now, sadly. Ryan, tomorrow we're flying into Naha on stream to have a little look, buddy. So, definitely want to check that out. We'll be flying in with the Korean Air 777 from Seoul. Who's Osprey 904? ATC's been calling you. He's gone like readability kind of 3 again.
Do you mind if we stop over 2 minutes, please, and just let you know your mic is very quiet, readability is about 2.
Yeah, I mean, I just had to turn my headset right to maximum to try and hear him, and then the KLM's just deafened me. I thought Pakistan would have kind of a low level of satellite photogrammetry. I thought it'd be one of those where they wouldn't necessarily have had kind of this level of detail, but it's so good. Better than some parts of Europe, dare I say. So I'm excited to see what Skardu's going to look like as we hit into the valleys and fly through the valley into around the mountains. It's going to be quite cool. I'm actually really quite excited for this. Wello Simple wants to send me a message on Instagram. Let's have a little look.
Go ahead.
I'm not massively impressed with any of the Thrustmaster stuff anymore, Ben. I think it's just mass-produced cheap tat with a high profit margin and very poor quality parts and construction, sadly. And you're not going to get one of the sponsored creators say that, because they will lose what is quite a lucrative sponsorship, understandably. But they, yeah, my Boeing TCA, I've had it 1 year, and it's already breaking. 1 year for what is supposed to be a premium flagship product. And you look across forums and all the rest of it, and there are loads of people saying the same thing, that after a year their Thrustmaster Boeing TCA or their Airbus TCA are all starting to kind of break, or they've got issues with them, or the springs are going on them, whatever it might be.
Okay, that means they're on their way back.
Absolute trash. Really disappointed, and I'm frustrated because I've paid a premium price for a Boeing licensed product under Thrustmaster, but it's after 12 months, 13 months now, becoming absolute garbage. So I think, like Ashley says, my next stuff, all of my next items, I'm going to just go, I'm going to get Wing. They're a lot cheaper as well, and the quality is twice, 3, 4 times as good. But it's frustrating. Go ahead. Stand by. You're going to be Got Go and then Delta for Pakistan 234. You just go again, your readability 3 to 4 for me. We'll go direct cap me for the entry point, Pakistan 234. Got to put it in though now. Cap me, then Delta. Got code. So we need to go cap me. Delta.
Yes, we can definitely ensure
He gave me a direct. He gave me a direct cap me, didn't he? Ashton, welcome. Yeah, it's frustrating because you're seeing a lot of these content creators using Thrustmaster stuff, and they're throwing the branding everywhere, and they're basically making it look like it's the only decent thing to use, and they will never say anything bad about them.
That's correct, Captain. Will you be your entry point?
AJ Fanani, yeah, funnily enough, the Boeing TCA has got pinched wires as well. Karachi, Pakistan 234. Was it a direct cap me for the entry point? Yeah, roger, direct now, then Pakistan 234. So if you're not sure, just ask. So what he's doing is, let me just get it up on the screen. Here. Cap me, Chilas. And then we're going Delta. Like that. And that's cap me. There's a kind of peak. Chilas entry. There's Delta. So actually, our routing starts here. Top descent.
Go ahead. Descent plane 330.
Cap me, top descent, Delta, 288. Let's see, that needs to be recalculated now, look. Get rid of that discontinuity. So he's starting to now put the work in to try and get us all ready for the descent, really, to sequence us all. So 215 Delta, 215 Bireb, speed comes down to 250, all green dot. This is going to be tough. I know we've briefed it in quite a bit of detail, haven't we? But still. MPS has 13 arrivals to Skardu, with 3 parking stands. As Core says, we might just have to park on the runway, or stick it on the side of the apron. That's some thick cloud now. Hopefully we come out the other side. Yeah, a lot of people have had a Logitech X56 HOTAS for quite a while, Ryan, and they've all said really good things about it. Very few seem to break. Moe's no, real time no, but live real weather yes.
Alright, good evening, CMX 6 Golf Romeo with you, flight level 360. squawking 4570 Emirates 6 Golf Romeo, thank you.
Taxiway Delta is also classified as a parking stand, Ashley says. Oh, there we go. Perfect.
Emirates 7 Golf Romeo, we're squawking...
There'll be loads of room. We'll squeeze in. We'll have to work it out. Cytec yoke for the Boeing, and Nicholas uses his Thrustmaster Airbus for the Airbus. Personally, I resisted the Thrustmaster Airbus stuff. I'm kind of glad I did. And then I've decided to kind of splurge and get the Thrustmaster TCA Boeing yoke, because I thought, you know what, it looks really, really good, it looks fantastic. And all of the sponsored folks were going on and on about how amazing it was and all the rest of it. So I thought, yeah, you know what, I'll give it a go. And actually I did really like it. I do really like it as well. I love the pendulum effect. What they've done there is really quite smart. But 13 months later, at over 200 and something pounds, it's already breaking. It's just not acceptable, is it? And then you have to send it off to France for like a month for it to get repaired. What are you supposed to use in that time? Just because they've stuck a load of wires together too tightly. Flying Panda, yes. According to that document we've got, SD 15.5, and then it becomes a bit of a steep descent. 9,300 for the downwind leg. But yeah, 15.5 over Sierra Delta, Flying Panda, and then punt. You basically route over the airfield between the valley, the kidneys on the left, the mountain on the right. And then you bring it down to 9,300, turn in through the second kidney, between the second and the third kidney. I'm trying to talk myself through it now. I'm just scrolling back to try and find it. Maps. Yeah, Katura Lake. Right, so there's the airfields. We go over Katura Lake, drawing a line over the airfield, route out through there. So we've got to spot the lake. It's a bit of a VRP really.
They're approximately 5 miles from Maroon. From now,
actually, the turn is after the first kidney by the looks of it. First kidney hill, track required. Second kidney hill. Yeah, oh, so the turn is after the second kidney hill. There. So I'm going to leave that up because that's going to be my reference piece. Oh, Catme's now on the display, folks. We're getting close. Proper pea soup in Islamabad, Rab, isn't it? I don't use it, Ben. Just one more thing to go wrong in the sim. Yeah, I've been using Bing, and look at that, we've been flying over Pakistan, it's been phenomenal. today. Opis is Islamabad, isn't it? Let's get the METAR for that, see what Brab's just flown into. Look at that, 3,000 meters visibility. Jeez. Thunderstorms, rain, temporarily 2,000 meters visibility. That's some intense weather. By the way, I've just had a message and we might need to revisit this this scenery in the very near future. Oh, nice. Sequencing us now. He's further up. 454. Then we've got 451, which is commentator. He's probably number 2. So that means I'll be number 3. God, we've all been split off. Look at Volanta now. We're all kind of being vectored off in various different directions now to sequence us better. Which shows you how already how complicated this is. At this point, if I miss the chat, apologies, because my workload's already increasing really, just from concentration listening to everything there. Where's he? Roger, number 4, Pakistan 234. Yeah, Roger, is it left turn or right hand at Capme? Sorry, say again, you're quite muffled. Yeah, Roger, we'll go right hand. "20-minute delay for me already."
Good afternoon, Air France 226 with you, flight level 370. Descending 360, Air France 226.
So, too steep path ahead, that's going to keep popping up. Capme. Hold. Probably 04. Everyone else behind as well can expect delays. Right hand, 1 minute holds at Capme. Capme.
Squawk 4564 for Air France 226.
So we've got that ready now. actually having to put my other ear thing on my head now so I can actually listen to the AC a bit better. So 100 miles, 20-minute delay at Katmi. We've tankered enough to cover the holds, but also diversion to Islamabad. Hopefully you folks have planned your fuel accordingly for this as well. You're probably going to burn a fair bit of fuel. Liam, I've literally just wrote it in the chat.
Descend 295 up to 454.
Yeah, as in, we'll be holding for. I am going to have to hold for 20 minutes, so the next person will probably have to hold for 25 minutes. The next person after that will probably have to hold for 30 minutes. Unfortunately, because there's no published holds, there's no published arrivals and stuff, they have to sequence us. And our separation isn't great, so everybody's bunched up quite tight. So we just have to create a generic hold. But it depends on your position to other people and your sequence. Yeah, you'll be fine, Liam. Insane. Oh. Look at that. Yeah, she's just building the holds already. But there's the mountains we're heading into.
And 275 up to 45.
I thought I did. What's that HF frequency?
Passing 454 after Company is sent to the car, to the car. We have the ready inside, passing 454.
Position report 1, 2, 3, 4. HF 5601. VHF 1. Oh, I'll tell you what, I'm deep in the charts now. So you're going to be 20 minutes of holding over this. Approximately. It looks like it's going to be intense. Looks great. Currently Mach decimal 1, Pakistan 234. Wilco, Mach 75, Pakistan 234. Bring that down. It is commentator. Well, these have come up really quick, haven't they?
Back up to 454.
Well, they're still now just rising towards us, and we've not even begun a descent. It's gonna be good. But it turns out, Ashley, if you're still there, there is a developer working on Skardu, and it looks great. I've just been sent some pictures, and that's all I can say on it. Hold's coming up. Oh, he's giving them a left hand. I wonder if it's because of that mountain. Oh, it must be him there, behind me. Can't see him. Oh, wait, look. Look how close they look. Jeez. What was my autopilot disconnect button? It's the trigger, isn't it? Yeah. Good. Let's say again, your readability 3. Unable. By the time I put it in, I'll probably on top. I'll be on top of Cap me. Roger, cancel. In fact, I can do it now if you wish. I could do a right hand current position hold.
Oh, that's okay. Maintain 330.
Roger, I can continue and maintain 330, hold cap me, Pakistan 234. First time I've been asked to do one of those. There is. So that's where you can just hit TP for current position hold. Caught me off guard there. He's a bit muffled, which is then kind of making me have to like double think. Ashley's got the latest weather there. 4,000 meters visibility in haze at Skardu. Scattered at 4,000, broken 100, temperature 27. Oh my goodness. That's really bad, isn't it? and the QNH 1015. That is not the stats that we want. That is not good. Alright, we're going to send it anyway. I think... I know it says, you know, it's an unpublished hold at 3-3. But I wonder how we interact with that mountain. It says there the nearest peak is 257, so we shouldn't be at risk. And there's one ahead of us now. That's probably the Osprey that's joining the hold ahead at 310. We can't see him. Big thank you to our air traffic control for today, by the way. It's worth saying. Runway 14, commentator. Really good ATC, and I know we've given him a lot of work to do, but hopefully you're all enjoying it. Mohammed, welcome. Thanks for the ATC. It's a bit of a trick though, does it? Because it almost looks level there, Brian. Even though it's not. It's a bit of a trick. Has he got into the hold? It doesn't look like he has. So I put it in the chat. In the hold. It is, isn't it, Joe? We have no hope.
Holding position, what waypoint?
I'll put it in the chat, folks.
Position, hand left. Eagle,
There's one behind us there. Yeah, he's asking everybody to hold their present position, which is what I showed a minute ago. You just hit direct. Oh, sorry, you hit flight plan, and then the very top should be your current position. Or you can, in the Boeing, I think you press hold, and then select the very top one. There are no published holds for Skardu because they don't get this amount of traffic. 150, Liam, just put that in. The minimum's at 8,300. I thought you, sorry, I misread that. I thought it was transition level. But yeah, minimum's 8300. Look at that. It's insanely detailed. That is fantastic.
Copy, 525130. Osprey 150.
Osprey 15, maintain level 3 to the
Maintain 330, hold and copy. Osprey 150.
If you can't put it in, just pick a direction and use heading mode. Just make a note of your current heading, then turn left or right, fly the opposite direction using heading mode, and then you do that manually and time your 1 minute legs. If you can't put it in the FMS.
Just land up to 454.
So Mohammed, the guy that's on Lahore radar at the moment, can he see the radar in the valley, or is it invisible? West Castle saying, are any Chinooks below doing the Skardu loop? It's very nice, isn't it?
Osprey 1890, your trip to Eastern Bridge. Copy. Descend on a pilot discretion, maintain regular approach speed, and call when you touch the bird.
Speed Mach decimal 75, Pakistan 234. Okay. Oh, Carl, yeah, really excited. Specifically for the A321 for me. I'm going to see how much of all this I can remember from our little bit of chat and our briefing that we put together with this today. Going to remember the Kidney Hills over there, turning after the second Kidney, tracking between that and the valley, downwind on 9,300. So overhead, Sierra Delta at 15,500 feet. and then we go down to 9,300 in open descent, which is required for the left downwind 14. We'll see how well we can pull this off. There's someone else in the hold chasing me, and there's someone there in the hold as well. There's a 777. I have got 1-4 right set, Brab, yes. This is building the suspense. What were we, number 4? I probably won't be able to wait and watch everybody land in this instance. Yeah, when we land, we're just going to have to disconnect, aren't we, in turn? At least minimum of 1 or 2 people in the apron so that we've got space for the next person to land. 1 person has landed though. Well done to whoever that was. No pressure, we've all got to pull it off now. There's somebody right on top of me. More planes into Skardu now than there is in a month. Yeah, could use observer mode, Brian. We'll watch a few landings, but I won't be able to watch all of them because of the time. Now, this has obviously become a much longer stream than I intended, but we'll stay on as long as we can. I mean, we actually now are burning into quite a bit of fuel. Where's my flight plan? New flight, new flight plan. En route burn 8,966. That isn't right. Bearing in mind I've tankered.
So in triple two, there's 11 aircraft.
We have to keep an eye on our fuel, folks. This might be a one-hit wonder. We tankered an extra 3,000 kilograms of fuel. And it's almost like we've burnt through it. 364. Set course, direct CAPME, from CAPME descend, pilot's discretion, and report the valley, Pakistan 234. Roger, we'll bear that in mind, thank you, Pakistan 234. Got fuel. Taxi tankering. Oh, what the heck? Because of the maximum takeoff weight, Simbrief only let me put on an extra 381 kilograms. Jeez. Finres plus alternates 3214, we're almost on that. That's not that's not good. John, been with 16 months. So, Delta, flight level 215 is going to be next for descent, pilot's discretion. Going to make use of the Windwing FCU for this. We were number 4, Flying Panda.
Hammer 72.
Now, because of the fuel issue, I'm not going to turn the APU on until we are over pretty much the airfield now, I don't think, which, yeah, extends the workload into a much more critical phase. But I don't really have a chance. I don't have a choice.
Present position hold, left hand pattern.
Present position hold, MS-47.
You make a left hand pattern hold, present position.
Make a left hand hold, present position, Osprey 609.
Yeah, 2 at a time, as Mohammed said there, of course. So we have, just show you Volanta really quickly while I get a chance. We've been in this hold here at CAPME. We're then now routed into Delta. We've got one in the valley, one's just landed, the other one's just hit SD now. So just to give you an idea of that, Sierra Delta, as that aircraft reaches that, that's when the next aeroplane gets cleared in on the procedure. Because the missed approach actually is in complete opposite direction to the approach, so quite tricky. So this is all now going to be visual. What was the Q&H from Ashley earlier? Just scrolling up the chat here to try and find it. In fact, I put it 1015, wasn't it? Too steep path ahead, disregard. That's the point. Right. Here we go. Right, just had to quickly sort something out. Back, hopefully I've not missed anything. The valley is just the other side of that ridge. You can see it kind of goes off there, a bit of a gap. And the airport is going to be down there where that cloud is probably. There's the current METAR. Thanks Mohammed, thanks Ashley. Two 5018 215.
Level control, MS Andrew, flight level 370.
I'm excited for this, but I'm a bit nervous. But we've briefed it as well as we can. There is physically nothing else we can do now, except for fly it. And do our best. Go to 2,000 foot per minute. Keep smashing the like button if you're enjoying it today. Good to see lots of you tuning in. If you're new to the channel, welcome on board. Hope you're enjoying it. Say hello in the chat. Don't forget to subscribe. You know the drill. That's the valley. Power goes off there. I haven't done a single practice with this, and as a reminder, the landing might be rough because I've got my new WinWing HOTAS that I've been using for DCS connected to Microsoft Flight Simulator for the very first time. So I'm not sure how that's going to work out. We'll go low auto brake because the runway is nice and long. Well, we got approach speed 140. There's the valley. Lahore, Pakistan 234's visual with the valley. We'll go Pakistan 234.
I'm ready for them to hold that couple.
Final bit of cleaning up of the flight plan. Speed brake. Because this terrain's quite close now, look. Yeah, I can't really hear the controller much, Ashley. I'm struggling.
Heading 1304, Nagel.
Just fiddling with speed brake at the moment. We'll get rid of the music in a moment as well. Get rid of that. David says, if you black up the glide slope from 1.4's threshold and the screenshots are in Discord. I'll have a quick look at this on here. Oh, we went very stuttery then. Oh, yeah, David, that looks pretty cool. Who's 451? Up to you, Liam, but I'm going to take the Indus Valley. David, yes. I've got to be 215 at Bireb. Speed now to 230. I'll keep the music on for a little longer. 2 minutes 36. I can't do live time. It's far too light, Quadja. God, it's far too dark. I mean, Liam, you might think you because if I think you might be in a 777, you might have to take the Shiga Valley because you were just too long, too big. There's the valley. Look at this. What the? We're already below some of the peaks that are around us. I mean, look at this. Phenomenal. Who's Osprey 853? There we go. Osprey down. Have we crashed? Somebody crashed. As in hold, but 2 minute legs instead of 1 minute legs. Hey, firm. And Pakistan 234 just getting the field in sight now.
Full side with that, 2-1 Mike.
Two on 2. 15. Down we go. Oops. There we go, there. So we've got to think about track. So I'm going to change heading versus track mode. Pakistan 234, field in sight. We'll go Pakistan 234. Right, hello, down you go. It's that big terrain clearance issue then. So we've got to somehow turn on final. We have a work cut out for us here. It's 12.5 over SD. So CF is next. 15. I have faith, Flight Sim. Mr. Addison, welcome. Don't forget to call the ball. So we are going to be landing on that runway there, 14 right. But we're initially heading off, as we briefed, down there, past the second kidney hill, round into a downwind down here, right against the edge of this ridge, and then in this basin here. Go ahead, we've got to turn around. Roger, we'll correct it.
Don't forget to call the ball. Cool face.
Autopilot off. And flying time. Try and turn that brightness down as well. Flight director's off. Let's try again. 210. There we go, speed. Having some issues with my hardware here. And in that, it's giving me a little distraction. We're in the valley now, look at this. (1015), good spot Ashley, thank you.
LMS 9 runway level, flight level 140.
Something's weird going on here with the throttle. Because the speed brake's not doing
And we'll expect ILS 28 left for an aero.
anything. We are far too fast. Look at that red. Come on, aeroplane. Give me something.
Terrain ahead. Pull up.
BFE 230.
Terrain ahead. Pull up.
Here we go. Of course, I'm having to sacrifice it for speed, mate. Unfortunately. What can we do, really? Blender gear. Gear down. 230 just. Flaps 1. Yeah, give me time, folks. We've already briefed this. Look at how spectacular that looks. That's weird. The heck? So my speed brakes were out, but they weren't out.
Terrain ahead. Pull up.
Okay, right, here we go. Round we go. Let's get
terrain ahead. Pull up. Terrain ahead.
Landing lights.
Pull up.
Gonna get a lot of that. (9.5). Is it 9.5? 9.8.
Terrain
9.3.
ahead. Pull up. Terrain ahead. Pull up. Terrain
Lap
ahead.
2.
Pull up.
get rid of this rate
Terrain
descent bit.
ahead. Pull up. Terrain ahead. Pull up.
Yeah, well, of course, unfortunately, I'm having to deal with the hardware issue there because the Fenix stopped responding to my Honeycomb Bravo spoiler, which is a bit of an issue.
Terrain ahead.
We could disable that, but we also then disable all the terrain display, which we don't want to do. It's getting dark. 180.
Terrain ahead. Pull up.
French toast, I think so.
Terrain ahead. Pull up.
Okay, now bringing the speed right down to F. Little bit to go. Pause the music because I forgot to do that as well. 9,900. See how it goes when it goes round here, but yeah, we discussed it earlier. We could just turn that off. You missed that. Lap 3. 9,300. Let's go full flap. So tempted to put a load of power in here. There's the airfield. Look how close we end up coming. So we're going for the edge of the ridge. Flying the bird. Look at this. There's that ridge line. We kind of need to go out that way as well. Gotta bring that brightness up a tiny bit. Right, whoever's pinging me now, I can't do anything about that. I need to get clearance to land here. Full flap, landing gears down, 3 green, ground spoilers armed, decam members no blue, that's all good. Pakistan 234, cleared land. Booker, thanks, cleared land, 14, right, Pakistan 234. $30. Whoa, nose.
Terrain ahead. Pull up.
Ray 15 Lima Whiskey, could you confirm I'm still holding out flight level
Terrain
330?
ahead. Pull up. Terrain ahead. Pull up.
I'm going to have faith here.
Terrain ahead.
Speed
Pull
and
up.
just staring at the bird.
Through me. Effectively, or through the...
Let's get rid of that now because it's distracting me. 30, 30, 30. Keeping the tail on the horizon. Oh yes, here we go.
No problem, thank you for coming.
This is tight, there's literally no room for error. We had a little bit of a squeaky bum where we came up a bit high because I had speed brake deployed, but for some reason they didn't actually deploy in the aircraft.
100 above.
Oh.
Minimum.
Continue. How
1,000.
spectacular is this? Just suddenly got a crosswind right to left and a bit of a tailwind gust. Just pushed me a bit. Feels weird doing it in my wing controls. Spectacular. First landing with the wing HOTAS for this, so forgive me if it's bad.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. Retard. 10. 5.
Oh, just about in the touchdown zone. There we go. Reverse green. My brakes. 354 foot per minute. There's the taxiway, I think.
Roger, next traffic in 2 minutes. Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey.
Pakistan to 234's vacated. Thanks for the ATC. We've only gone and done it. So good.
By pilot's discretion at Capney, Osprey 15
That was absolutely fantastic. I feel like they're statics.
MS Tango, my bus first descent.
Flaps, spoilers. Look at the valley.
Ladies and gentlemen, the cabin crew.
Left 250.
Oh good, they're not statics. Nice work. How did you find it, commentator?
However,
Intense.
Must be an for you inside.
Is everyone else going straight in on 3-2? On 1-4? That's hard. We'd not practiced it. We'd only just read the briefing pack that we went through earlier, and we just executed it. Absolutely. Absolutely spectacular. Just quickly, and I think Liam's here somewhere. He's reported field in sight. I mean, we've just flown through this basin. Jeez. Insane. Right, APU's already on. Let's get those engines off. Beacon. Am I? Oh, is that going to do me for slewing? Shouldn't do. I've finalised my flight. I'm back on New Sky. Just trying to get GSX to work.
We're flying this for 9 Romeo.
Here come the steps. It's going to move the time back as well again. Stop doing that. That's good, that's set, that's all done. There he is. Next pilot in, he's in a 777 as well. That was intense. Such great fun. Great route. I think Liam picked it. We will do this again soon because there is a developer working on this scenery as we speak. New Sky. Here's the score. 20 minutes late with the hold. Little profit and a 9.26 score. So chuffed with that. Firm touchdown, but can't really avoid that. And the altimeter incorrect on landing. It says 1009. Now that must be well out of date because the current QNH was 1015, oddly enough. But there's the hold we did, and then into the valley. Look at that. We hand flew all the way from this waypoint here, roughly, through the valley. And then we did that kidney approach here. Bit of an issue with energy because actually it turns out my speed brake stopped extending, which is a bit weird. Caused a bit of an issue. But we solved that with gear down and a few other little bits. Managed to turn in the second kidney, albeit a bit high, and then round on that tight downwind past the ridge line. Tight 30-degree turn on final, minimum approach speed, straight in. Look how straight, look how crisp that line looks. Oh, so I'm so chuffed with that. We've absolutely smashed it. That's as good as I could have given. I reckon the next time we do it, I'd hopefully be a bit crisper with the arrival. A little bit more accurate. But here come the lucky survivors. Mohammed, have a good one. Thanks for the ATC earlier. Hope you've enjoyed the traffic. There's Liam. We'll just turn the time back up just so we can actually see him a bit better. He's taking that turn. You know what? It looks so tiny from down here, but there's the first kidney. There's the second kidney, and there's the third kidney hill, and they looked so small, didn't they, from above? But down here, all of a sudden, you get a vastness of the size. Don't forget, 9,300 feet, Liam, no less. Keep it level and on that. Yeah, New Sky. It's what we use to track our virtual airline software. Superb. It's just a spectacular destination, isn't it? I mean, that's a real tricky airport to land at. This is one of the hardest we've done in a little while. And yeah, you know what? I would say this is a lot harder than Paro. Paro's got the bit at the end that's quite tricky because they are very low level, tight turns close to the threshold, just close to touchdown, which makes that quite tough. But this has got all of these technical elements in. There's a tiny bit overhead the airfield where if it goes wrong like it did, you've got a bit of space over the kidneys to get that turn in and keep it looking smooth. So you have a very small window to recover. We just about managed to pull that off. But otherwise, it'll all go a bit piton. And that looks so narrow, doesn't it? Yeah, we had to do a 30-degree turn for that.
Okay, leave the heading for 9 Romeo. 350 for 9 Romeo.
Let's have a look. We've got to watch his landing there. And then I'll have to go after this touchdown, sadly. I won't be able to watch anyone else's because of the time of day. I've got to get dinner on. And I've got to set up for tomorrow's live stream as well, which will require me to move all my hardware and set up the stream. Don't be tempted to descend below 9,300 before you make that turn, Liam. He's in a 777. This is tough for him. Look at all these big, like kind of snow mounds and stuff as well. Where'd he go? There he is. Here he goes. Nice gentle rate of descent.
Field inside, Osprey 15 Lima Whiskey.
Nailed it. Looking good. Looking very good. Don't forget, tomorrow we're live again, same time, in the PMDG 777-300ER, and we are flying out of Seoul's Incheon International Airport for the new MK Studios Naha on the island of Okinawa. And we'll be on the VATSIM network. Here we go. Oh. Nailed it. Look at that, we can fly these things anywhere. Look at that mountain backdrop as well. Superb. Off he goes. Got a nice little countdown markers there, look. Telling you how far you've got to the exit. Great effort, Liam. Thanks for suggesting the route as well. You could, in theory, fly all the way through the valley there, low. A bit Paro style. You could bring her in. If you wished. Look at that. Massive thank you to our air traffic controllers and all of you guys flying along as well. I appreciate it. A lot of you are still stuck in the hold as well. Hopefully you've enjoyed it. Stay with it. Let us know how you get on with the approach over in our Discord after the stream. If you haven't already, press like, hit subscribe as well. Join us tomorrow for those Korean Airlines, Korean Air Ops 2 wonderful Naha. It's going to be absolutely stunning. Hope you've enjoyed today. Big thank you to everyone for watching, tuning in wherever you are in the world, and a big thanks to Mr. Anderson and Dwyle for your super chats throughout today as well. But in the meantime, as always, enjoy the rest of the day. Big thanks again to our ATC as always, giving us that real nice add to the immersion, and I'll see you very soon. Take care. Thanks for watching.